Welcome to the Crypto Factor. Welcome, Richard. It's so great to have you back here. It's been a while, man. Really was looking forward to this. Really it was.
My pleasure. We had a good time last time, so
yeah, we did like
figured why not do it again.
6 hours stream or something like that. We were talking all about Hex. Hex was in the making. It was about to come out. We were talking about that. And yeah, it was crazy. I see the chat on my end going crazy. You have some die-hard fans, man.
True. They like the stuff I say.
They're
so that's
very
cool.
loyal, very loyal. Well, you are one of the, if not the best debater in crypto, in my opinion, and you do know what you're talking about. No one can deny that, and anybody that does deny that just doesn't know what they're talking about. Whether they agree on the project, don't agree on the project, whether you like you, they don't like you, you are the best debater out there. And you know your tech. So we have so much to talk about. We have to talk about sex. We're gonna talk. Sorry, Hex. We can talk about sex another time.
Oh,
maybe at the end of But we can talk about Hex. We're gonna talk about what happened, some updates, and we're gonna get the chat involved. We're gonna have a lot of no holds barred questions for Hex. We're gonna try and make it tough for you, man, because I know you can handle it. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
There ain't not a single thing that you could possibly ask. I haven't been asked 100 times.
Yeah, so
I've been asked everything 100 times.
That's fine. We can answer again, but we can. Spoiler alert! Everything's answered. Go away, guys. I'm sure we'll get something. So last time we talked, man, we talked for the Crypto Factor, and we interviewed you for the book, The Crypto Factor Part 2, which isn't out yet. This is Part 1, but should be out this year. We had a little bit of hiccup in our release date, but you should be in number 2, and it's going to be a blue book, which is pretty cool. It looks better than red, man. So we still have all that coming out, and people can find all that in the description down below, and they can see where they can reach you all over the screen, up there and up there. You can't see it because we're live, but they can. So let's get started, man. Let's talk a little bit about Hex. There's a lot of controversy out there, and there was a lot of fear before it was released. But just for our audience, what is Hex? Let's just start with that. What exactly is it?
Well, cryptocurrencies are closed systems, which means that the winners win and the losers lose, and money is handed amongst the parties. The only thing that matters as far as the price is concerned is that people buy it and hold it. And so everybody has their excuse as to why they buy and hold. Originally, when Bitcoin came out, it was going to be peer-to-peer digital currency. Didn't work. It's complete and total failure. You can't do affordable transactions on it. Oh, oops. Okay. Well, I guess we'll rotate to the next thing. Programmable money. Nope. You can't program anything on it. It's complete garbage. Oops. Oh, that didn't work out. All right. So we're on to digital gold. Good news. Digital gold works fine. And it's a larger market and worth more than the other two. But the narratives just change. All that matters is that people buy it and the price goes up. So Hex monetizes the only thing that actually matters. Like you buy it, you hold it, the price goes up. That's it. That's the only thing anyone cares about. That's the only thing cryptocurrencies do. Everything else is a narrative excuse. Oh, we're going to have high throughput. All these empty high throughput chains. They don't have any users. Oh, we're going to do, this, that, and the blockchain. The only thing that has any adoption on the blockchain whatsoever is speculation and store value. And that's it. And everything is a complete and total joke otherwise. And so why not just monetize the only thing that matters? Why not monetize the only thing that has adoption, which is the speculative store value use case? So in the real world at your bank, you've got a time deposit. You lock up your money, they pay you interest. The longer you lock, the more you get paid. We just copied those parameters and put them on the blockchain. So if you go to your bank, you lock up your money, they pay you about 20% more interest per year. The extra year that you lock, Hex just does the same thing. Now, where does the money come from? Inflation. Where does the mining rewards in Bitcoin come from? Inflation. Where does the money that you get loaned at your bank come from? Inflation. So inflation is how everything in the world operates for the most part. Now, if you're a staker in Hex, do you care about the inflation? Yeah, because it's your profit, not your cost. That's where your revenue is coming from. So in Hex, we don't have these negative externalities of polluting the environment, which Bitcoin does. Bitcoin price keeps going up, more electricity has to be burnt, more destruction of the environment. Hex doesn't have that problem. We don't pay miners block rewards. So someone can come, lock their coins up for 15 years, make one transaction and then come back in 15 years and make a second transaction. It's very low overhead, you know, it's very low harm to the environment. It's a more efficient system with less negative externalities, superior features. You know, what can you do with a Bitcoin? You can send it or you can mine it, and that's it. Can you lock it for profit? No.
Oh, you can stake it.
Well, that sucks. Well, why not? Because you can't program it to do anything. It's a joke. Like, so it's a better Bitcoin. It's faster, cheaper, better price performance, you know, all those things. And if you were a Bitcoin holder, you could have claimed it for free in its first year. And a lot of people did, and they made a lot of money.
So I want to
people that were too stupid, they didn't, and now we make fun of them.
On that subject, can we lower your microphone just 5 or 10%?
Sure.
And as lower as in the sound, because it's peaking here. And number two, I'm one of the stupid ones, man, and I'll tell you why. I don't. It wasn't so much stupidity as fear, and I'll tell you why. And you call it muppetry on my part, but back then, you were talking. It was very difficult to understand how to show you had Bitcoin. It was very scary. See, this was like pre-DeFi. I actually had this discussion with BitBoy Crypto, and we were talking about how to claim your Bitcoin. For somebody that wasn't used to using decentralized exchanges and connecting their wallets to claim their Bitcoin and everything, it just sounded kind of weird. And I think that scared a lot of people, including me. I'm very honest with you. And I'm not a very techie person. I'm a marketing and sales guy, right? I'm a business guy. I look at the business part of things. But back then, but at the same time, let's say somebody back then wanted to claim their HEX. Can you please walk me through that just one more time, how we would have done that?
Well, yeah, you know, you just go into any wallet that doesn't suck. So for instance, Electrum doesn't suck. And then you go sign message and you choose an address that has a balance and you click sign. And then you copy paste that into go.hex.com and then you click claim and you're done.
Now, were you the first person that did this?
Not the first, but maybe the first popular.
Because that was in its time very innovative. See, It took me a while to be able to accept and even use DeFi and sign my wallet because it was scary. I didn't understand it. So but
it's a feature that's been in your wallet for 8 years. Like, you know, it's not.
But
you can go on
signing
Bitcoin
the
Talk and look up.
I did not know if I was passing my Bitcoin there or giving you access. I did not know that. For someone like me that wasn't tech, that was not tech, be careful.
Hey man, like I hear you, but
if there was a mistake, even the code or whatever, see, I didn't know that. And I might be sounding stupid now, but at the time, it was very.
So here's the other stuff you didn't claim for free. You didn't claim your XLM. You didn't claim your XRP. You didn't claim your. I guess you didn't claim your BCH. You didn't claim your HEX. Like, how much free money are you going to lose that on, bro? So you take responsibility for your own finances. Like, it's a lot of free money. Yeah.
See, lack of education. I admit that, and that's why I said the word muppetry. I think you know what I mean? Because it's you have to understand that the people that are in crypto, a lot of people understand crypto, they get crypto, they're in tech. But there's a lot of people in crypto that don't know the tech, don't understand the tech. And then there's a whole more people in crypto that don't understand the tech, but they also don't understand the business and the marketing and so on. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So, but look, like, if you want free ass money, you need to read.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you don't deserve free ass money. Like, you know, it's fine. Like, you didn't get free money. Okay, now you can watch everyone else get rich. So, like, you know,
richer. Yeah.
You have to make fun of the guys that fucked up, right? If people fuck up, like anyone that fucks up, you have to shun them and ridicule them so that they learn. Like, it's just I have very little. I don't suffer fools easily. I mean, free money is what Bitcoin is all about. If you were a HEX holder, let me tell you all the free money you got. First, if you're a Bitcoin holder, you got free HEX. Second, if you used Uniswap, you got free Uni. Third, if you used 1inch, you got free 1inch.
I got free
Fourth,
Uni, but that was airdrop to me. That happened automatically. That was just, I was in Uniswap and it just kind of like showed up.
Yeah, but no,
Oh yeah,
that
it
shit you're
did.
saying is not true.
You claimed it,
A pop-up appeared,
and you
and
claimed
then
it.
you clicked claim, and then you paid to do a transaction to mint your
Ah,
coins.
but Richard, that was 3 years after being in crypto, or maybe even four, as a matter
No,
of fact, where I
but
started
like
understanding it.
I'm just saying, you got free as a Hex user. A lot of people, a lot, got free Uni, free Hex, free 1inch, free Torn from the Tornado Cash network because I was promoting these projects before they were popular. So my users got the free fucking money.
Mm.
Other people that weren't promoting those good projects, their users didn't get the free money because the airdrop got checkpointed in the past. So you couldn't just come along as a brand new guy. You had to do it before a certain time frame. So my users that I gave good education got free Torn, free Uni, free 1inch, free fucking Hex, free coins out the ass. And they were worth thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, literally. Literally, if you used Uniswap once, you got thousands of dollars.
No, we talked about this
Like,
with Bitcoin crypto. I actually said you might even be the father of DeFi, as in when claiming and clicking on that thing. Because back then I didn't understand it. That's what we were talking about. We didn't say bad things about you, by the way, just so you know.
nice.
Right?
Well, hey, I'm here giving out free money. So like, I don't know how, like, what the fuck more people want from me? Free books, free money, free chats, free price calls, free everything. I'm the
Yeah,
fucking
no,
giving
no, no,
tree
of
of
course, of
crypto. Like I
course.
can't give away more free shit.
By the
How
way,
many other self-help authors are founded cryptocurrencies? I think it's just me. So like, I'm out there getting people to stop drinking, stop smoking, stop playing video games, and giving them free money. Shit, you can't be a better human. Like this is as good as it gets.
agreed. Agreed. By the way, are you streaming this on your side? You want to start streaming
Not
this to
yet.
your audience as well?
Sure.
Awesome.
All right.
So we can get more questions in, because we're going to start answering questions and stuff like that as well. I'm looking at the chat. It's just going nuts here. People saying thank you. Probably somebody calling me bold somewhere there. There always is one. You are bold. Really?
Just add it to your click community in the YouTube tab and add it to the filter words.
No, it's okay.
I got
don't
a
mind.
whole
I am
lot
bold,
of filter
man.
words.
I am bold. I embrace it.
Bald bull.
I even polished my head before I came on this live stream, man. Like, can you see it shine?
Let me see if I can make this start. Always a challenge.
You're getting a lot of love you messages here. Wow.
Thank goodness.
My editor is going to be giving me questions from my chat into my WhatsApp, believe it or not, so I can actually read all these, because these are thousands.
I can't wait to see how Restream has screwed up my my stream.
Sorry?
I use this system called Restream so that you can like you know, spread because in crypto you get banned everywhere all the time because the world is stupid. So, you know, I'm banned on Facebook. My YouTube channel's got a strike against it. So you have to stream across multiple platforms for when they ban you in the middle of your stream. Then people could rotate to the next stream. It was just hilarious to me. Then there's no customer service because you're not the customer.
No, there isn't.
So if you get banned off YouTube, good luck. No one cares. It's crazy. All right, so I'm going to
let me just tell my editor should be watching over the chat. If you see messages that are hidden, that they're not supposed to be hidden, for example, that boldness compliment I just got, that's fine. I like that. Boldness is a sign of fertility. Well, that's
hey,
what bold
Jeff
people
Bezos
say.
is bald.
That's what
so
bold people say.
How's
That's
that
what
going?
everyone says, okay? Everyone knows boldies do it.
I'm finding this link and sharing it. Just give me a second. Since my computer is like air gapped, I can't share links from one computer to the other. So like, it's a lot of work.
By the way, if you're watching this, go ahead and click the like button if you got Hex or will be getting Hex soon. Go ahead and click that like button. Also, if you like bold people, click like. If you do not, click dislike.
If you're able to click like, press like.
If you're able to click like, click like. And if you like videos like this, if you like short, under 60-second videos that get straight to the point, that don't waste your time, if you like live streams, and if you like interviews that actually well, there are cool interviews. Basically, consider subscribing to my channel down below. And obviously, if you're not already subscribed to Richard, you can do that.
So tell everybody your channel.
So this is the Crypto Factor. Now, when I first started getting into crypto and talking about crypto, I was doing Crypto on Mother channel, which was an entrepreneurship channel, self-help channel, actually, which is ironically. And I write books and everything like that. So I started doing interviews on that channel based on success. And I also did the Crypto Factor Part 1, which was based on people's success, and number 2, and so on. Now, over time, I got more involved into blockchain. I started interviewing the pioneers and whoever's anybody in crypto, and also doing some public speaking, like for blockchain marketing and sales for Decentralized, for example, from the University of Nicosia, and so on. So I really got into crypto, started working as a consultant, advisor consultant, started working with projects, and got into more in crypto, and started this channel, the Crypto Factor, which is just crypto, but it's aimed for the cryptopreneur or the aspiring cryptopreneur. So it's a little bit more business. It's not time wasting. And we try to get straight to the point. So if anybody likes that, I recommend, or I advise, or I ask you to go to the channel, see if you like it first. And if you do,
so they just go to youtube.com/the crypto factor, right?
Yes, the Crypto Factor.
All right. Yeah, I think I've got it tweeted almost everywhere.
Awesome. I really appreciate it, man. So it's a small channel. It's growing pretty fast. It's been consistent for about 2 months. We already have about 3,600 subscribers, which I think is okay for a crypto channel, for a new crypto channel, for any new channel in general. And yeah, we got our own logo.
Did this tell me this did not fucking put the old title? Did it? Please no.
Yeah, somebody's saying, haha, Richard's fix your stream. What's wrong with his stream?
I don't know.
There's this bald guy on it.
What's wrong with my stream?
There's this bald guy on it. No sound.
It seems fine on my side.
Guest. Wait,
no sound for my guest. Oh, here you go.
Richard?
Here you go, homies.
You can't hear me.
No, I had you muted.
You muted me on your channel, dude.
Now they can hear you.
That's funny, man.
My bad, everybody. Sorry.
you got this bald guy.
I'm still trying to retweet the stupid tweet. Yeah, hopefully it works now.
Now
I can see that
Paul is muted. Yeah, Paul is muted on your channel.
Yeah, you're fine now. They're just lagging behind a little bit. Now I'm gonna try and I don't know if there's a way to make you louder, but I'm sure gonna try.
Do you want me to talk louder?
Yeah, I got you. You're as loud as I can make you. So
all right, cool.
You're fine.
Should be clear as well.
What's up, everybody? How's it going? My chat is all. Yeah, I fixed his volume. He's good now. I'm just trying to retweet it from
Awesome. So now we are live on 2 channels.
Yep.
Which is really cool.
Yeah, probably with the wrong header.
Wrong title.
You
can fix it after.
I'll fix it.
It's okay. It now?
Yeah, but I can answer questions in the meantime.
Awesome. So we talked about what Hex is, how it got started and everything. Let's talk about how it works a little bit, because I understand it's got interest, it makes money. I need a little bit more explanation for that, at least for my audience. Okay. How does Hex work? What exactly does it do, and how does it work?
Well, you can buy it and hope that the price goes up, and then you can sell it and make money. Or you can buy it and stake it and make interest, which is average 38% a year, and then stake it
that's very good
and sell it if the price goes up, and then you made money.
Right.
So that's how it goes.
So straight.
So far, well, yeah, pretty much. So far, it did 352x in its first year, which is pretty good. And I think right now it's up 10 and 20x versus Ethereum, Bitcoin, but it might be more. I have to look it up. I'll look it up in a second.
Okay. How would one stake Hex?
Well, you just go to go.hex.com, have a little bit of Ethereum gas, so you can pay to do your transaction. So you, go to an exchange like Coinbase or Kraken or Gemini or whatever, buy some USDC or Ethereum, up to you. And then you can go to 1inch.exchange or ethhex.com and transform them on the blockchain, no middlemen. And then you get Hex, and then you go to go.hex.com and you click stake. You choose how long you want to stake and how much. You click submit, and then you click OK, and that's it. You're staked.
Nice.
So most people do is they do like a ladder, you know, so you always have little money coming out every so often, you know, once a year or whatever. Depends on whether you're a long-term thinker or short-term thinker. But you don't have to stake, you know, the price goes up and down on its own without staking. But if you like the idea of, you know, 40% interest on average, 60% interest if you stake for 10 years, it's really good.
In
It's
Hex.
a lot of interest. Yeah. And then like, so let's say the price of Hex 10x's. And then you made, you know, 60% interest every year. It's like, you know, hundreds of X depending on how long you staked for. It's a lot, you know, it's a lot of money.
In the stock
you see
market,
people cashing out all the time. Like when the price dumps, that's people cashing out. And the price is dumped like 70 or 80%, like 5 or 6 times. So, you know, those are opportunities. So when people buy tops and sell bottoms, they're making rich the people that buy bottoms and sell tops. So buying bottoms is beautiful if you can do it, you know?
So the returns are great if you compare it to the stock market. 7% is actually good in the stock market. 14% is actually phenomenal. So 60% is incredible, right?
Well, that's before the price. That's just in Hex. Like if the price of Hex goes up, that just gets multiplied. So if you got 60% interest in a year, which let's say you made 20% interest in a year, and then the price went up 10x, you're up 20% extra on top of your 10x. You're up 12x. It's awesome. Like they multiply by each other.
What about liquidity? Because when I looked at the charts, I actually saw a
Yeah.
lot of wicks, up or wicks downs, which usually
Yeah.
symbolize a lack of liquidity.
Yep. So to understand how liquidity works, the maximum opportunity in Bitcoin, the maximum opportunity in Ethereum, the maximum opportunity in Facebook, the maximum opportunity in Amazon was when their liquidity was the lowest. Period. Fact. But people think for some reason that high liquidity is better, which doesn't make any sense because high liquidity means that your ability to appreciate is lower. And so what you really want is you want lots of liquidity on the bid side and no liquidity on the sell side. You want asymmetrical liquidity. And in Hex, that's actually what you have. So there's a bunch of people that set limit orders to bid on the Hex USDC pair and the Hex ETH pair. You can view the orders in bamboorelay.com, but for some reason you can't see the USDC orders. You can only see the ETH ones. You used to be able to see the USDC ones. I don't know why it changed. But if you're smart and you're a developer, you can actually look up the order book. It's a 0x V3 order book, and you can see the bids on both of those pairs. So there's millions of dollars of bids, but there's not millions of dollars of asks in those limit order books. And so what that leaves you with is you've got Uniswap, which is symmetrical liquidity on both sides of about 4 million total right now. And that's spread 2/3 across the Hex USDC pair and 1/3 across the Hex Ethereum pair. So it's primarily USDC liquidity. And then you've got, I guess 50-50, if I had to like ballpark it, limit orders just on the bid side using the 0x system. So, you know, do you want to give people that buy cheap coins? Because that's what liquidity is. And if you do want to give people that buy cheap coins, then that will bite you in your ass later when the price pumps, because they will use those cheap coins to murder the price at some point in the future. So you do not ever want to give people cheap coins. You always want them to be as rare as they can possibly be, which is the entire mechanism behind staking and the reason that it works as well as it does. So you don't want high liquidity. You just don't want it. Now let's take a coin that just did a 30x in a month, Dogecoin. Did Doge have high liquidity? No. That's why it did a 30x in a month. If it had like high liquidity, it wouldn't do that.
Yeah,
Why
on
is
the seller
Ethereum?
side, not many people can have enough time to sell, because as soon as they sell a little bit, it drops, right?
I'm not sure about the order books on Doge, but that is historically what it has done, yes. And the other thing is, like, you know, the only people that care about liquidity are market sellers. You can become the liquidity by using limit orders And then if the price wants to go up really, really high, someone has to sell through you.
Yeah. That's
And
what
if they
people
sell
do.
through
Sell
you,
orders on the way up.
if they sell through you, you got filled and you don't give a shit about the quote liquidity underneath because you're not selling into it with market orders.
Yeah.
So this kind the only people that talk about liquidity are wrecked, broke motherfuckers that couldn't move the order book if they wanted to, but they just don't know what else to talk about because they look at the chart and they see liquidity, volume, and price. And that's all they see. And then in little shapes like triangles, right? That's what their pleb brains see. And so they think volume matters. Okay, who makes money on volume? Does the pleb motherfucker that just make money on volume? No, he doesn't. Market makers make money on volume. Exchanges make money on volume. And now with these automated market makers, liquidity providers, which is another fancy word for market maker, they make money on volume. If you're not a liquidity provider, an exchange, or a market maker, you are not making money on volume. Shut the fuck up. No one cares.
But wait a second. But
So,
volume is an indication of momentum and so on. And
nope.
volume is important on breakouts to see if it goes up. If you're doing TA,
Nope.
for example.
It's not. It's not. Volume is an indication of fucking wash trading in crypto. So the reason that Hex has low volume is because it doesn't have much wash trading, because all of it's on chain and viewable and expensive. So if some bullshit exchange gives you an account that's fee free, you can wash trade all the bullshit you want all day long. No fees. Doesn't cost you shit. And then what does that do? It just pollutes the world with bad data. But on a real exchange where you have real on-chain transactions, you can't play games like that. Because if you fuck around and try and create volume out of thin air, you're enriching the exchange and you're enriching the liquidity providers. It is not a free game to fucking play. So this like, you could say that volume in a non-gamed, non-wash traded thing is indicative of people trading positions. So a buyer got out and a seller got in. That's what it is. But like the majority of crypto exchanges are wash traded to hell. There's just jokes. There's just people selling coins to each other back and forth. And no one calls them out on it, which is, nomics.com does a best effort to remove all that wash trading bullshit. So nomics.com is vastly superior to any of the other coin, ranking sites because they do their best to get rid of that wash trading shit by detecting fake trades that happen in between the bid-ask spread. Oh, look at all these trades happening. Oh, look at all that. And there's nothing actually happening. The fucking liquidity never actually changes. There's just a bunch of shit trades happening between the bid-ask spread. It's just garbage.
I agree with that part, actually. I know there's a lot of bullshit in there.
Yeah. And then it's like, so people say, oh, where's the liquidity? You're like, the best opportunity in any coin was when it had the least liquidity. And if you give liquidity on the sell side, you eat later when those guys got cheap coins. So like Hex is running great. Everyone has their like fantasy idea on how they could have made it better. You're like, we did 352x in 1 year. So what, was that not good enough? Should we have changed some things and it could have got like a 600x maybe, It's like what we did was amazing. We made Uniswap popular. We were the majority of the trades on that system for
I realize that now.
a while. Yeah. And everyone talks shit. Oh, you guys aren't even on a real exchange. You're just on Uniswap. And then everyone's sucking Uniswap.
That's like the most volume there. People always talk shit. I got this one guy, this bald guy, again with the bald guy. My name is Paul, man. It's under the screen. This bald guy is an advisor. What the fuck? Really? You're unaware of wash trading, bro? What are you talking about? I'm doing an interview here. Like, really?
Yeah.
Not only am I aware of it, I used to teach Forex technical analysis, okay?
You know how you got over cancer? If you read comments, you're going to have to get over it again.
Yeah. No, really.
The comments are that bad.
It gets funny. It gets funny.
Right.
I do get these comments that are ridiculous sometimes. I'm like, and I always know it's a bold thing. Anyway, next time I'm just going to wear a wig for fun.
People love my tits. So, we've all got our thing.
So let me ask you, what does Hex stand for again?
It's just Hex. It's just an amazing brand name that you can't misspell, and it is associated with the most advanced and modern imagery that you see in all movies. All futuristic movies are hexagoned out the ass. So when you see hexes in real life, it's just a reminder to buy Hex.
Perfect. Yeah, I think we
Yeah.
talked about that in part 1 in our interview about success, by the way, on the other channel, which I migrated to this channel for anyone who wants to watch it. So what goes on with Hex now? Is that it, or is there any updates coming? Is there something else, even if it's a surprise, or is that it? Like, this is it, you
Like
buy it, make money.
the staker.app guys have built something neat. They've reintroduced a referral program. They've got an app that can pay fees in Hex, so you don't have to buy Ethereum. It's got social recovery features. It can do stake ladders, so it can automatically in one transaction have a stake that expires once every year or once every so often. It's got absolutely fantastic tracking features. You can watch other people's wallets and see how much money they're making, when they got in, when they got out. It's got a live feed of everything that ever happens, who's selling. It's really, really awesome. Really, really awesome app. So if you haven't checked out staker.app, probably
Nice.
should. Waiting on margin trading. Wouldn't mind seeing some layer 2 or alternative chains with basically you get some money together, you put together a 15-year stake, and then you sell shares in that and other platforms, and that relieves the necessity to pay gas fees to Ethereum. So if we get encapsulated stakes on layer 2 or on other platforms, then you'll be able to trade Hex without paying Ethereum gas because you're trading it on other networks. So that would be nice. Yeah, there's only 2 things that are like, I guess an on-ramp would be great, but it's just slow legally. It's not code. It's kind of legal code.
Mm-hmm.
So those are the 3 big things that I'm focused on, I guess.
Nice, nice. What I want to do is I want to take some questions from the audience, and then maybe we can take some on your side. And then what I want to do is I want to talk to you a little bit about what's going on in the world of crypto, because people forget that you are in this for a while. You have vast knowledge on what's going on. You have very strong opinions. You have a lot of value to bring in the crypto community and cryptocurrency in general, like information-wise. I'm not very articulate today. I've been very tired, but I think people understand what I'm saying. And I'm just gonna ask and answer these questions as they come with you. No holds barred, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So Oak Tree is asking, I lost a lot of money with Hex. I hope Crypto Factor asks them about this. Okay, I'll ask, but you probably bought high. I mean, I can't. There's no question here. Sorry, Oak Tree, I can't help because there's no question.
Let me answer that. I've got a good answer to that question anyway. It's right here on the homepage. Oh, the homepage has been updated.
Okay.
So where is it now? I guess I'll go into my chat and
if
I'll
my
read my
editor
pinned
can look at the
message in the
questions
trading
I have
chat.
on my channel and put them into my WhatsApp, Alex, if you can do that, man, it's going to be a lot faster for me, please.
Here, let me. I pinned this to one of our chats because anytime there's a pump, people buy it, and then there's a dip, and then they cry. Hex's life-changing wealth creation comes with extreme price volatility. This is on the homepage, by the way. Many successful investors had to withstand harsh fluctuations. On its way to 2 million X returns in 7 years, Bitcoin dipped 94, 95, 81, and 86%. And on some exchanges, it flash crashed as close to zero as possible. Amazon dropped 95% once too. Now it's 50% of all the internet sales in the United States. In its first year, Hex dipped 81%, 73%, 59%, 67%, and 87%, and then went on to make new all-time highs. Price dips are often opportunities for the impatient, like the guy messaging you, to give their money to the patient. Hex's large price movements up and down are a feature, not a bug. People that buy tops and sell bottoms hand their money to those that buy bottoms and sell tops. Notice that Hex tells you this right here on the homepage. The prices will go up and down violently, but Bitcoin and Ethereum's websites do not. When the only thing people care about is the price, what could be more important than talking about it? So Hex is better than Bitcoin and Ethereum in the way that it discloses the reality of what you're getting into. And if you bought the top, maybe try not to sell the bottom, and maybe you'll get a new top to sell and be profitable.
People are telling me that I'm muted on your channel.
Again?
Again.
Can't be. No,
It's
you're not.
a conspiracy. This is like...
You're fine. They're just lagged. They're just watching it from farther back.
Yeah. So
Because I see your audio indicator.
Inversions Rentables is asking, you should think about switching Hex to blockchain from BNB or ADA because ETH commissions are through the roof to put
Yeah, I
staking
addressed
and
that already.
staking.
Just encapsulate a stack. You make a 15-year stake on the main net. You sell shares in it on other networks. You're good to go. This, by the way, this is exactly what the Grayscale people do. Same shit. So the Grayscale people gather up a bunch of people's money. They buy Bitcoin on the Bitcoin mainnet, and then they sell shares in it on the OTC bulletin boards. And that's what their business model is. But instead of doing it on another chain, they're doing it on an OTC bulletin board with the chain being their own backend. So because that works well enough for Grayscale, I figure should work well enough for us. So if someone wants to, and the code to do that, by the way, is already done on the Ethereum end. So if you're dev, go to hex.com/dev. You'll see where the chat room is. You can join the chat. If you look in the chat, you'll see code to do encapsulated stakes on the Ethereum network. And then you could just kind of use that code on other platforms that support Solidity code. So, it's addressable in a medium time frame. But you know what? If Ethereum starts to have a bear market, that will also cure the price problems.
Got you. So people are saying I'm not muted on your channel. It's just very low on your channel, so they can't hear me.
Nothing I can do about it.
There's
You're
nothing
maxed out in my OBS. You're maxed out
is.
in my Windows mixer.
It is what it
Can't
is.
do anything else.
I got a couple of questions for me here. On my Crypto Nomad asked me, Paul, do you have Hex? And the answer is no. And then it says, do you stake Hex, Paul? If not, why? I do not, because I don't have any, and I was too much of a noob to have any when I could have claimed for the Bitcoin I had. Let's put it that way. I think that's the best answer I could have given. I wouldn't have said no if I knew more about how it worked. I'll be very honest with that. Hornet UK1, I guess he's from the UK. He's asking, when do you see a top, Richard?
I mean, here's a problem with calling tops. The type of purchases that are getting in now are different than the purchases that were getting in before. So when Elon Musk buys 1.5 billion of Bitcoin, do you think he's going to panic sell it? My guess is no. When Saylor keeps doing these funding rounds and people just keep giving his company billions of dollars because he says he's going to buy Bitcoin, maybe, which is pretty funny. By the way, that's the opposite of crypto, just so you know. Crypto is supposed to remove middlemen. This is a middleman, which is fine. Okay, he's pumping everyone's bags. Great.
We're
I love it. It's great. Hey, please pump our bags. Thank you. I love it. But it is the opposite of crypto. It's gross. Like, hey guys, we invented a thing to get rid of middleman, so make this guy really rich. I don't think that he's going to panic sell. He sure would look funny if he did. So then if the entities that are buying this Bitcoin, you just can't shake them free of it, then it seems like it could be a different market dynamic than you had in 2017, which may have had more retail and less institutional. So are we getting topping indicators? Shitloads of them. And everyone's buying JPEGs for thousands of dollars now. Good luck, you idiots. Those are the first things to go in the bear market. You're all going to get wrecked. You buy JPEGs for thousands of dollars, you're fucking stupid. And when I say thousands, I mean hundreds of thousands. If you're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for JPEG, procedurally generated JPEG, you are the dumbest of dumb.
Are we talking about NFTs?
I have no pity for you. Yes. So yeah, if you pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for JPEG, you're a mouth breather.
We need to talk about brain. That, man.
So that's a topping indicator to me. Fees so high, you can no longer do a lot of things you used to be able to do. Topping indicator. Basically all these kind of like So ICOs went away, and what'd they get replaced with? All these other new ticker symbols that came from nowhere. Oh, okay. So originally everyone got wrecked buying ticker symbols that then went to zero. Now people are buying all these new ticker symbols and getting exploited, rug pulled, hacked. It's the same play over again. Everyone's getting free airdrops worth thousands and thousands of dollars. Oh, that's what happened in 2017 too. Everyone got their Bitcoin Diamond and their Bitcoin Gold and their Bitcoin Cash, and you're seeing the same shit play over again. So the airdrops, the Bitcoin forks of 2017 are now the free airdrops of 2021. The NFTs used to be CryptoKitties. Now it's CryptoPunks. Horrible, disgusting.
There's more to NFTs than that, man. I'm actually working with a company with NFTs. And listen, I do think there's more to it than that. We can talk about it later if you want. We can
Okay,
debate.
well,
That
how
I
many
can debate you on.
CryptoKitties do you own?
None.
Okay, I don't own any either. And how did that market work out for anyone? They got wrecked.
That's not the but that was not what NFTs is all about. Just that. That's just one part of it. That's maybe the way it started. I think there's more to it for NFTs, man.
Okay, well, I'm ready.
And
Tell me.
we can say that even if they're, put it this way, Gary Vaynerchuk, Mark Cuban, you got PewDiePie, Mr. Beast. These are all people interested in NFTs. And I would argue it can actually become a separate entity than crypto altogether at some point. I think it's the
people that
after
sell
DeFi
you
movement.
things want to sell you more things. Yes.
Yes.
If they can get your money for free with giving you a JPEG, they'll do it. If you're stupid enough to buy JPEG, they'll sell it to you.
The fees on Ethereum being so high can actually help weed out the people that are just selling you JPEGs and get into more interested in artists. Because if you're an art, don't forget my background. I was a musician, I was an MC, I was a film director, a music video director, and so on. And art is something that's subjective, A, and B, okay, I can agree with you if you also agree that art is a waste of money as well.
Well, so the solution to this is that all stores of value are not interchangeable. A Rembrandt is not interchangeable as the Swarovski crystals that you see behind me. The Swarovski crystals that you see behind me are Swarovski's giants. They're like $5,000 each, maybe 10 grand new, used, $5,000. I buy used. I'm cheap. I don't like losing money. So are you going to make money on these? Hell no. Why? Because they keep making them. And they make them in response to demand. Okay, now you buy a Rembrandt. Is he still making paintings? No, his ass is dead. Okay, well then you have a more limited supply. And you can't photocopy it. And you can't take a picture and send it. It's just not as good because it actually has some three-dimensionality to it. You know, paint actually has three-dimensionality to where you can see the brush strokes and all that crap. I really don't care about it, but some people do. Like I've got some paintings here, but so there is a tangibility value to collectible items that is not replaceable digitally. It's just not. It's just like the difference between going to a concert and listening to the song at home. It is a different experience.
I make a track. I put up the CD as an NFT, downloadable, and I add an extended music video to that CD as an unlockable feature. And if somebody wants to support the actual artist and own one of the only copies of it as a collectible, that's actually genuine because you can track it back on the blockchain. That's a specific use case. As for the example of paintings,
why don't you just start an OnlyFans? That seems to work really good.
Well, look, it's the early tech of it. It's gonna expand and do other things, right? So,
well, no, like the Wu-Tang Clan produced a fucking $5 million single CD that kid that's in jail now bought. Can't remember his name. The dude that hiked the medicine prices and paid for a lock of Hillary Clinton's hair and went to prison forever. Can't remember his name. This shit's been done before. This is not new. CryptoKitties existed and still exists and still sucks. And now there's other permutations of it that just changed it from a cat to something else, and it is disgusting to me. And once again,
I think it's the early stage of something a lot bigger. Because you can do more, like special books, special editions,
Yeah,
graphical
but dog,
work.
why do you need the blockchain? Why
Sorry?
don't you just do it now? Why don't you just use PayPal? Like, why don't you just do it? Like, you don't need the blockchain for
Because
this
you
shit.
can't track it. It's the original version. If there's like one painting, for example, you want to have the genuine, it's the only way to prove it on digitally is through this. You can't do
No.
it because otherwise
Software-
someone will just copy it and upload it.
No, software licensing has existed before the internet has existed.
Who cares about
We know
licenses?
how to
I can
track.
just take something anyway.
They can't.
Why not?
So like you're selling JPEGs. So what I'm saying is like if I hit print screen, I have your JPEG.
If
but
I
then
take
I'm
a picture of the Mona Lisa, I have a Mona Lisa.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean I have the Mona Lisa. Like,
Well, yeah, but you're arguing my point now. So like when bear markets happen, all of that NFT trash is going to zero first. And then all of the stupid coins that don't have product market fit, promise coins, those are going to zero second. And then like there will be a giant contraction. So here's how
last.
Yeah, but who cares? Like you lost money slower. Congrats. Like you just don't want to lose money at all. So I do not think it is wholesome. I do not think it is wholesome or healthy for any human being that could have supported medical research, that could have supported his family, that could have supported charities, that could have just bought a hooker and got a blowjob. Any of those fucking things is a better use of one's money than buying a goddamn JPEG and enriching a fucking speculator, usually not even the fucking artist. The people that are getting rich on this shit in general aren't even the artists. They're the fucking degen guys that would gamble on cockroach racing if it was on the fucking blockchain.
More research.
They're degenerates that have never bought art. They're degenerates that have never bought art in their life until they could gamble on it. And now they think that they're fucking, I'm not buying this because it's gambling. I'm buying it because it's art. No, you're buying it because it's gambling.
Most people are buying it because it's gambling, yes.
Okay.
It does get addictive. I bought a whole bunch of NFTs and wasted Ethereum on it, which I want to bang my head against the wall. But it was a lesson.
As long as you know it's that. Like, as long as you know it's that, then that's okay. Look, if people want to, I try and get people not to gamble. But if you're going to gamble anyway, I'll try and lead you to places where you'll get fucked less. I try and get people not to do a lot of shit. Like I try and get people not to drink. But if you're going to drink, have a big glass of water in between each drink. It'll make you space out the drinks. You can be more hydrated. You'll last longer. So I give you tips to do the wrong thing better. But if you can do the right thing, it's the best thing still. There's so many things that have real product market fit now that aren't experimental. Like, why would you buy JPEGs for a high value, particularly at the top? Like how Bitcoin's, let me put it this way. Bitcoin's run up from the fucking $1,300 top, dipped down to 266, rebroke 1,300 again, ran up to 20,000. That's a 15x. 1,300 to 20,000 is a 15x. So now Bitcoin had a 20K top, hit fucking 20. Now we're at 60 basically. That's a 3x. So even if we fucking copied and mirrored with much, much heavier, harder to lift market cap, much harder to lift, takes billions and billions and billions of dollars to lift it now. Even if we got the same 15x from the previous all-time high from 2017, the end of 2017, we're already a third of the way through the fucking dream fantasy valuation. It's already a third of the way over. And people are already blowing their wads on every shitcoin imaginable that comes out, and they're all getting rug pulled and losing all their money. And all these new JPEGs. What more could you want for topping?
Let me give you a good use case for NFT. Let me give you the best use case I could possibly think of an NFT. And by the way, Trevor here says something about that's how most things get started, though. Here's something that's good. Imagine, right? You're a beautiful woman. Okay?
I can imagine it. Easy.
Remember that sex thing we were talking about before?
Yeah.
Okay. Imagine you're a beautiful woman and you have a picture of yourself and you put it up as an NFT. And then when somebody buys a collectible of using an NFT, they actually get a naked picture of you in that exact same pose. I think that's the best use case ever
We already got
for
OnlyFans
NFTs.
for that.
Listen,
It
I'm
already
not
has an
joking. It's
audience.
half joking, but half true. That is the best use case you could possibly do for NFTs right now. I think that will sell like crazy. Like, really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we know that because OnlyFans is successful.
Well,
So
everything
like,
around
I
sex
don't.
is successful, dude.
You're like, yo, let's make OnlyFans, but then add the maximum fucking
But it's
impossibility
also a
possible.
collectible. It's also art, and it's also easier to do for women and justify it, dude. It's amazing. All right, enough
Bro,
about
like
NFTs.
if I was like, yo, man, I wear underwear 1 pair per day. What if I started like selling them and serial numbering them? You know what I'm saying? Could be big money. I mean, think about how limited that supply is. We're
Sure,
talking about like,
people
unless
buy
I
that
go,
shit, man. How
unless I
many
go
people
play
here would buy
squash.
Richard Hart's underwear? Just click 1 for yes, click 2 for no. I'm really curious, and I'm sorry about the humor, man. But you know what? Let's move on. We can agree to disagree with NFT. I think there's a future for NFTs. I think it's gonna go to places we can't see right now. But I also might be wrong, and I do understand your point, and I do think they're valid.
I
So
wonder if, hold on a second. I wonder if they really can't hear you actually.
on your
Let me
channel,
work on this.
all right.
Yeah. I mean, I see your desktop audio moving.
Yeah, maybe you did not put my my desktop audio is moving. That should be okay then.
All right. So let's test this. Yeah. I
All right,
mean,
let me
people
go
I
grab some
trust in
water
my
real quick, man.
community
This
are
is
all saying they can't hear you.
I forgot to bring some water. Let me just go grab some water. Ivan on text says do push-ups whenever he goes. So do some pull-ups. Do some pull-ups. I'll be right back, guys. Sorry, 1 second.
All right, everybody. I'm in OBS and I see
Sorry
the
about that.
desktop audio bouncing when he talks.
Huh?
So yeah,
So
I don't know. I maxed out your volume in Zoom.
yeah.
I maxed out the Zoom volume in Windows. I maxed out my earpiece as well, which magically, if that even helps, shouldn't, but hey, maybe it does. If I lower myself, I'll lower myself. Maybe that will make everything better.
For the people that are commenting negatively about me on my stream, um, please realize I brought Richard Hart here to speak. So if you're gonna talk negative, if you're gonna, talk, it's fine. But before you talk crap, think about what you're saying because some of these comments are just stupid. Um, like I'm not here to challenge him. I'm here inviting him to my channel. Obviously, I like him. Yeah. Just because we don't agree on NFTs doesn't mean it's something bad. Okay.
Well, hey, you know what, man? The market is going to decide all this shit.
Exactly.
So you load up on NFTs, and then you just pretend you bought Hex today, and then see how that works out in a year, and let me know whether your virtual Hex bag that you virtually bought on this conversation did better than your JPEGs. So I'll tell you the Hex price real quick.
I did the same thing to somebody with Bitcoin, and he lost.
Yep.
So
Yep. So right now, for $100, you would get 110,000 Hex.
okay.
No, I'm sorry. $100, you get 11,000 Hex. All right.
6 months to a year.
$100, 11,000 Hex. Let me know what that $100 turns into in a year.
And also 3 years.
Or your 11,000 Hex.
And
Yeah, or
also
whatever.
3 years.
Sure. I mean, look, the thing about these like waiting, you're like, hey, we're gonna make a bet, and then one of us is gonna win really big. The whole market leaves your ass behind by like hundreds of X. And you're like, oh, I missed out on hundreds of X before I reevaluated my position.
Mm-hmm.
You can't wait that long to make these decisions. It's just silly, you know?
Agreed.
Like when crypto is doing vertical lines, green candles up, it's Ethereum's up 20x in a year, and Bitcoin's up like 12x in a year. You're gonna miss the 12x before you decide
Hex available on, by the way?
Well, it's like I hate exchanges. I absolutely
What
despise them.
decentralized exchanges is available? You can get on 1inch probably, because it's an aggregator, right?
Well, I mean, it's on Uniswap and it's on Mooniswap, which they now call 1inch's exchange liquidity, something they renamed it. So it's on 1inch, it's on Uniswap, it's on Quicksync, which is like a layer 2 Uniswap thing, but that just came out like maybe, I mean, liquidity just appeared on it like maybe yesterday. I think it was like 45 grand liquidity. It's not much, but if you want to do layer 2 stuff and try it out, give it a shot. Let me know what you think about it. If you have Ethereum or USDC or any ERC20, you're going to find it very, very easy to turn into Hex at 1inch or ethhex.com, which is just a Uniswap front end with Hex added as a first-class citizen, as it should be.
Do you have any preferred exchanges that you would like people to use, or does it matter?
I like to see people use Bitstamp because they don't have margin trading, so their dumbasses won't get wrecked there. So other exchanges that have margin trading want to see you lose all your money. Oh no! Like, I mean, if you want a fiat on ramp, there's no exchange that I know of that has a fiat on ramp that has it, which is fine because when those things get hacked, ready? Here's the list of people that have been hacked: Binance, KuCoin,
everyone,
OKX paused exchanges, paused withdrawals for a month, Gox, Quadriga CX, Cryptopia, BTCE. Fuck exchanges. They're horrible. You want your money the fuck off of an exchange as quickly as possible. Yeah. So if Hex isn't, so it's like, let me explain to you a different world. Let's say we lived in a world where Hex was on an exchange. Where is going to be the most liquid pair in the world? It's probably still going to be on Uniswap currently. So you're still going to get a thicker order book buying USDC or Ethereum at that exchange there because those things have higher market caps than Hex has. And then you're going to get a thicker order book on chain to turn those into that. So you're just going to be routing through thick order books and getting like best order execution you can get. If there was a Hex pair on that exchange with low liquidity, you're not going to get a better deal buying on that pair. So like the only advantage in this high fee environment is that you only have to pay a transfer fee to get your coins off the exchange. So that's like the only upside.
1inch is actually better. It's actually got a way to get cheaper. I have a link down in the description below, by the way. It's an affiliate link for 1inch. You can use that to buy Hex if anybody is interested, by the way.
Go ahead.
Might actually use it myself.
Just remember that most people don't understand how that saving money on 1inch thing actually works. If you activate Qi, you will not save any money. You will just waste your money activating Qi. In order to actually save money using Qi, you have to buy it when the gas price is low. Good luck. And then you have to use it when the gas price is more than 2x higher. Good luck. You're basically speculating on gas cost. It's not fucking easy to get it to work at all. So I don't even suggest people fuck around with Qi.
I just buy it from 1inch so you can find the best price and maybe get more coins for you.
Yeah, that's good. That's
the only thing I do.
That's great. So I suggest people use 1inch.eth.link, which is the IPFS hosted version of 1inch.exchange. So it's a little bit more anonymous. It's a lot bit more anonymous, assuming they're telling the truth about it being on IPFS, which, you know, I didn't do trace routing to verify it, but I just took their word for it. If you just buy from ethhex.com or Uniswap and you buy on the Hex USDC pair, you're going to push up the price on the Hex USDC pair, the thickest pair. And then some arbitrage bot is going to go, oh, look, it's expensive on the Hex USDC pair. I'm going to sell that pair down and I'm going to buy cheap on the Hex ETH pair and make the difference. And what you end up with is just giving arb bots money. So I don't like seeing the fucking arb bots make money because they are not members of the community. They're not helping. Like they play their role, but you know what? Instead of letting the arb bot make money, why don't you be the arb bot and use 1inch.eth.link to spread your order across the two liquidity pairs of Uniswap v2 Hex USDC and Hex ETH, and then you're the arb bot and you get better order execution by spreading your order across those two places. And then there's no arb bot out there that sucks money out of the ecosystem by fixing the price difference. So if you have it any way an order that would benefit, and look, they will tell you if if you're going to get a better deal using it, because it looks at the gas price and accounts for it, knows whether you're going to get a better deal and save money or not. Now, look, there's a trick that most people don't know about because I'm a fucking genius. I do. 1inch captures and takes as profit the slippage that would have benefited you. So if when you go to make a trade, the price moved in your favor, they keep that difference for themselves. There's another system that does what 1inch does, but they don't keep the positive price slippage. So that's called Matcha, MATCHA.XYZ. So if you're trading, you might try Matcha.XYZ and you might try 1inch and see which one works out for you better. And I'll tell you another very important reason that you should be using those two. It's because those are the only two systems that are going to hit that liquidity I told you about in the 0x order books, which you can see at bamboorelay.com. If you use matcha.xyz or 1inch.eth.link, you're going to hit those 0x limit orders. And if you don't hit those limit orders, you're just going to get worse execution and make some arb bot rich, because then the arb bot is going to buy up the price that you pushed artificially low there. And then, it's going to buy your cheap coins and then sell there, or buy cheap there and sell. You know what I'm saying? Why don't you be the arb bot and use 1inch.eth.link or matcha.xyz, and then the arb bots don't get rich and you get more coins for your money. So.
All right, let me see if I got any more questions here, Matt. Well, obviously I have more questions for you here. Can you ask Richard, has he heard of Quickswap?
Yeah, Quickswap's that layer 2 Uniswap fork I was telling you about that has Hex on it. You can try it out. I haven't tried it out yet, but people tell me it works. It's basically just a Uniswap fork on the Matic network, which is like a layer 2 scaling kind of thing for ETH. So yeah, give it a try,
Kingfish asks,
There's no better time to learn about L2 than when the fees are stupid, because people are buying NFTs.
some people are selling NFTs, dude. Let's clarify that. Kingfish asks, Richard, give your view on Hex price with big stakes ending next 4 weeks.
I never comment about the Hex price, and I never know what it's going to do. I never know when some whale's going to come in and 10x the price. I never know when some whale's going to come in and nuke the price. I never know. But it is all on chain, and you can go to hex.vision and see the chart of expiring stakes, and you can eyeball people and see what they're likely to do. If someone's stake just comes out and you see him like hitting the market, every few hours, well, hey, maybe he's going to sell his whole bag. Who knows? So we've got tools. If you feel like being a trader or a market timer, we've got tools in Hex that you don't have other places to try and predict what people will do, because you can see when their stakes are expiring. You can see whether they restaked their other stakes in the past, all that stuff. Personally, I don't have time to screw with that. I'm concerned with infrastructure. And I really think that being staked stops you from getting chopped up, because everyone thinks they can time the market, and they're all usually very wrong. So the people that get rich in cryptocurrencies are founders and holders, and the traders just get annihilated and enrich those two parties. That's how it works. They'll give you another example. People earn yield like lending out their coins. So for instance, if you lent out your Ethereum on decentralized finance, you could get like 0.15% per year. Pretty funny. 0.15%, like less than a bank account. Well, why can you get any yield at all? Because people want to borrow that, to sell it, to be short, to hedge their position. So it's like the yield in DeFi comes from degenerates taking leverage and buying coins, hoping that they're going to go up in value. That's where all the yield in DeFi comes from. Or it just comes from inflation. There's no magic. So the degens getting wrecked is a large portion of the profit for the founding and staking holding classes. That's where, like, when we're profitable, it's because those guys aren't. Their money is being given to us. So, I try and advise people to not be the food for the ecosystem, to be the apex predator, not the shrimp, the krill. Be the whale, not the krill.
Tech Dolphin asks, Paul, if Hexicans will send you some hex, will you stake it for 5,555 days? Why 5,555 days?
In Hex, the maximum stake length is 5,555 days. It's about
Gotcha.
15 years. The bonus that you get for staking longer maxes out at 3641 days, which is about 10 years. Why would you want to stake 5 years longer? Because when your 10-year stake ends and you go to restake, the share price is always higher. Always. It only goes up. It's how we simulate compounding interest. So the lowest share price you'll ever get in Hex terms is today. And it will only go up forever. So on year 10, if you had a stake that ended at 10 years, now you've got to restake and pay a really much higher share price, which is going to give you much less shares. Whereas a guy that was staked 15 years, he gets to maintain his giant number of shares because he's not having to restake at a worse rate.
Gotcha.
So, we've had whales come in, buy $1 million of Hex and just lock it for 15 years straight up. And we're the only system I'm aware of in the history of Earth, literally, where people have locked up money for 15 years with no exit switch. So if you buy a stock or bond or, T-bill, you can sell it. Buy a house, you can sell it. But if you stake your Hex for 15 years, you're going to be in for a long time.
And you
if
can't,
you wait
you can't take out the profits or nothing? It's just stake there?
If you wait 7.5 years, you can emergency end stake and get your principal back, but you'll lose all your interest.
Got you.
If you unstake earlier than half, you're going to get hit with penalties, and the penalties can be harsh. So I don't know of any other system that's ever existed in the history of man where people have locked up this many millions of dollars for a long a period of time. Hexicans are tattooing their bodies with the Hex logo. Hexicans are locking up their money for 15 years. I have never seen a more committed group of people to any cryptocurrency ever.
Okay,
Like
here's what I'll do.
If you thought the XRP army was like dedicated, you ain't seen
The
shit.
XRP army.
The Hexicans
They killed XRP.
can't get more hardcore.
The XRP army.
Well, no,
puts
Brett
people
Garlinghouse
off
selling
XRP.
hundreds of millions every fucking year killed XRP price, bro. Here's another thing people don't understand about crypto. It's a closed fucking system, which means if you have a bunch of developers sitting somewhere getting paid, how do you think they're getting paid? By selling the coin price down.
Yeah.
Zcash has $80 million a year overhead for dev. So their price chart is fucked. It's ruined because they're dumping it constantly.
Yeah.
XRP has a building full of people eating from selling the fucking coins. So anytime you see like some big dev team, they're eating from selling the shit out of the coins. That's what's beautiful about Hex. It is complete. It is done. It is fucking finished. There's no big ass building of people selling the price down all the time. So it's got less negative externalities. Go ahead.
To answer the question from Tech Dolphin, here's what I'll do. And I'll tell you why. I will stake Hex, but in 3 ways. 1 year, 5 years, and 15 years. 5,555 days. And the reason is so I can make a video in a year, a video in 5 years, and a video in 15 years explaining what happened. That I could do. I think that would be a cool, not use case, but like a cool video, transparent video to see exactly what it does and everything. I think that'll be nice.
I have no idea if the button I clicked just did anything good.
What did you click?
I set your advanced audio properties to monitor and output instead of let me look here.
So what do I need? So how would somebody send me Hex through? Is it ERC20?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Sure. Yeah, I'm down for that. People are saying here is a good plan. I like it. Let's do it. All right. Sure. Let's do it. We'll do that. So just use like a wallet. Let me see. Whoever wants to do this as an experiment, I'm game, man. 1 second. Not gay,
This,
game.
you know what? Here, since everyone wants to complain so much, I'm just gonna let you guys hear out of my earpiece. All right, instead of fighting software, I'll give you the analog solution. Here you go. Now they're gonna hear you from my earpiece into the mic. Give it a test.
Test. 1 2 1 2.
There you go, guys. This is the most ghetto hack fix I've ever seen. So lame. Basically, before the stream, my old sound card broke. So I had to put in a new sound card. Shouldn't be any different, but here we are. So whatever. Ghetto hack does not work. Come on, man. Yeah, it does. You hear that? I know you do.
All right.
Anyway. So ghetto.
There
dude.
you go. That's my staking address. See if that works. All right, let's move on.
I can't believe I'm putting my headset to the mic. It's so sucky.
What you just
Worst.
you just put your headset in the mic?
Yeah, it's garbage, man.
That's ghetto,
like,
dude.
I feel
That's
bad about it.
That's ghetto.
It's terrible.
It happens. All right. Richard, what do you think about ZKSwap?
I don't know. It's just like another L2 thing. It's probably just like the Quickswap thing. It's whatever. Try it. I mean, basically, people are just sticking Uniswap forks on layer 2 stuff. Great. Go for it.
Hex Mac is making fun of me. He's like, there's my staking address. It is. I just made a new wallet for it.
Here's another thing. Like, people that are staked don't give a fuck. Like, oh, the fees are high. I don't give a shit. I'm not paying them. Staked. Who cares? You know, like, great. Fees are high. I'm not paying them. So, like, it's the people that are jumping in and out and getting beat up, trying to time the market and shit. Those are the guys who are getting beat up by the fees. So people that just get in and like stake for a long time, fees don't matter. They're not paying them. Yeah. So now, like, if someone's just got a job and they want to buy in every week, okay, the fees suck there. But like the fees can only get so low. So look at it this way. If you want really high security, the network has decided that that's what really high security is worth currently. So your minimum cost to take possession. So basically, to send an Ethereum transfer costs 21,000 gas. If you're just sending ETH, to send an ERC20 costs roughly twice that. So it costs about twice as much to send an ERC20 as it does to send ETH. And then if you want to do exchanging on, say, Uniswap, then it costs a multiple of what a normal ETH send would cost. So I think if you're using like Uniswap V1, it might cost like 3 ETH sends. But now that there's no liquidity on that, no one uses V1 anymore, everyone uses V2. It costs a little bit extra because you're turning your ETH into WETH, and then you're turning your WETH into like maybe the USDC pair, and then there's more going on. So you're like maybe 5 or 6 times the normal ETH send price to do a swap on Uniswap V2. So what I'm saying is, like, in the Ethereum ecosystem, there is a minimum bound on how cheap it can be to take possession of an ERC20 on chain. And that's 21,000 gas units, which maybe it's like $7 or $8 as of now. So the minimum to take possession of an ERC20, I think, is like $7 or $8 now. So that's just how it is. Now, like, bear market will solve that. Layer 2 will solve that. ETH 2.0 will solve that. You know, USDT, if they went and stopped spamming up the network, that would be nice, because they're already centralized, so they don't actually need the same amount of decentralization. So them being on a layer 2 would be fabulous. So if they had a ZK rollup for layer 2 USDT transactions, that would take a huge load off the Ethereum network, because most of the Ethereum network is, I think USDT is like top 1 or top 2 gas costs on the Ethereum network. So first and second place would be USDT and Uniswap.
Got you. I had a question earlier on. Why did I bring you back to the channel after our interview? Because he has a lot of value to bring, and I really think Richard has a lot of value to bring and is a good debater. That's why I brought him back to the channel. There's no other,
I'm
and
the
everyone was
founder.
going nuts about Hex on my channel,
Yeah.
asking about Hex, commenting about Hex, and you know,
I'm
people
the
were asking me
founder of
about
$1
it.
billion cryptocurrency, and I did it in a year. If you can't learn from me, you're stupid.
That's why you're in
There's
my
a lot
book,
to
dude.
learn here.
Yeah, I
Like,
agree. And also, Richard is in my book, my next book, The Crypto Factor Part 2, which talks about all about the principles of success and what you need to succeed in crypto and outside crypto. So as an entrepreneur, I brought him on. So it's not just about you know what value brings it in crypto, but also in general life. And we had an amazing interview. Look for it on my channel. It's on the
I
Crypto
think you should
Factor.
watch. I think everyone should watch our interview.
Yeah,
Uh, it's on his channel. I think I might have a copy of mine too. It's awesome. Like if people ask me about like my past and like how I got into
yeah,
crypto and stuff, I send them to your video. So it's a really good video, and I talk about a lot of things I care about that have nothing to do with crypto.
yeah.
Like what you know, like what really drives me in life. You know, what's up with the medical research? What's it like? All this other stuff, business, branding,
I was very impressed.
other businesses I used to do. Like it's a really good interview in my opinion.
And spoiler alert, a lot of the key factors of success that Richard Hart talks about in that book, I've had the same successful people, not just in crypto, because I interviewed a lot of people in crypto, but I interviewed people like Patrick Bet-David, Evan Carmichael, Ben Gay III, people like this, and they had the same traits, the same principles, the same hobbies. It's actually very fascinating, and I pinpoint them out in the book. You know, so that's basically the reasons I brought him back. And non-Imus, nice name actually. Any airdrops coming soon?
Hey, you know what? Maybe I need to add the Windows desktop as a source. That would be so stupid. Can't be that, right?
You still wondering about the sound, man? It's like
Yeah.
it's just bugging you, huh?
Well, no, like no one can hear you. So
Yeah,
like
that is a problem.
so I'm gonna add as a source the audio output capture.
We have 1,883 playbacks and 328 concurrent users. If everybody could click that like button, I'd really appreciate it. Just click that like.
Oh, now he's echoing.
And if you don't agree, click it twice.
Okay, hold on. So now I'm gonna cancel out the desktop audio now. Okay, homies. Now how is it? You gotta talk, Paul.
I gotta talk. Okay, somebody's asking me, you have Hex in your address now. How can we see it stake it 5,555 days live? As I said, I'll do 3 stakes. I'll figure out how to do it. I'll post a video on my channel showing you I did it. And I'll also make a little thing about, let's see how this works, how it's going to turn out, blah, 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 blah. It'll be a nice little thing for Hex as well that I could do on my part. I think it'll be a cool experiment. I love it. Really appreciate it.
So now people are complaining about reverb. Some people are
Reverb,
now
reverb,
somebody
reverb,
says it's fixed.
reverb. Hey,
Yo,
hey.
there's people saying it's fixed.
Steak,
All right.
steak.
Well, homies, this dude's maxed out as max as could be. Max
Is there
and
reverb
Zoom,
because of this?
max and Windows Mixer. Well, what I did was whatever. They're saying it's fixed, so
that's fine.
I'm just gonna say it's working.
Well,
Sweet.
yeah, that's fine. Should be fine. So let's get those questions out the way, man. Where were we? Is it too late? Oh, any airdrops coming up?
See, man, here's the thing with the airdrop stuff. Airdrops are there to try and get you to buy some shit. So when someone gives you some free stuff, you got to decide whether you're going to fall for it or not. Now, Hex gave you free stuff. If you fell for it and you bought, you did good. Congrats. And in a bull market, that might work out for some people. So for instance, the Uniswap token was duct taped on token, served absolutely no purpose whatsoever. They just duct taped it on there because SushiSwap was stealing liquidity from them by duct taping a token on to a fork. So like, oh shit, got to duct tape a token on. So they duct taped the token on. And everyone's doing that now. Everyone's duct taping tokens on. And that might work in the bull run. Sure. You can duct tape a token on and some idiot's going to buy anything that comes out. Oh, new coin came out, buy it. Right. But when the prices come down, I think all that shit disappears first.
Yeah.
So, if it's true that people sell, if people buy things based on an emotional impetus, those things that they're committed to and tattooing on their body and staking for 15 years, that's what they're likely going to sell last. And all that other free shit is likely going to go first. So this, if the analogies to 2017 hold, then all these free airdrops that you're getting now are similar to the free Bitcoin forks you got in 2017. Bitcoin Gold, uranium, blah, 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 blah. All those Bitcoin forks, all that free stuff. Hex is also very different from those in that, like, take BCH. BCH gave away for free all of its supply. If you look at the percentage of Hex that was given away for free, it is a pitifully small percent. The vast majority of Hex was not given away for free. The vast majority. And that makes a big difference. And you can't get it for free anymore. And those two components are why the price is so much better than things that just perma-died, like BCH. Versus Bitcoin, BCH just straight died for years. And as did all the other Bitcoin forks. So, Hex is up versus Bitcoin, 10 or 15 or 20x or something. Whereas all those other Bitcoin forks are just totally annihilated in comparison. So right now, Hex is up 21x versus Bitcoin and 12x versus Ethereum since its low in January 5th till now. And it's been up as high as 142x versus Bitcoin and like 93x versus Ethereum. Look, we're one whale hitting buy away from doing massive multiples. Because if you want to get in and into something that's superior to Bitcoin, like go to hex.com/tech specs, and I show you very clearly how Bitcoin actually works and how Hex is very similar. Bitcoin is a network that inflates to reward participant behavior. What participant behavior? Destroying the environment with burning electricity for security. Hex inflates to reward participant behavior. What behavior? Holding up the price by not selling. So they both inflate. Hex inflates at 3.6%, 3.69% maximum. It took Bitcoin 10 years to get to a rate of 3.89. So from its day one till 10 years later, it inflated higher than Hex did because we got all of our inflation over within the first year. So it's a system that has less negative externalities, higher throughput, lower fees, better security, is more resistant to inflation bugs, of which Bitcoin's had 2. Anyone could have printed as many free Bitcoin as they wanted twice in Bitcoin's history. One time someone did, they rolled back the chain. Another time it was caught by a Bitcoin Cash developer and responsibly disclosed instead of using it. Now, if you were the developer that found out you could print as many free Bitcoin as you wanted, would you go ahead and get some free Bitcoin, or would you just tell the world about it?
Gee, let me think about that. I'm not sure.
Let me think.
But I like Bitcoin. I hold Bitcoin.
Hey, you can like Bitcoin.
And
I like old
getting
keyboards.
And so on. I think the best way to describe Bitcoin before we go into the next question is, I see it as a spendable store of value.
You can't spend that shit. You talking about?
You can.
Where are you gonna spend it? Where?
Oh, you buy cars, you buy land. I think it's going to become. That's
nobody
what it's
uses.
become.
Nobody does that.
Let me explain why. Gold is a store of value. You're not going to walk up and sell some gold to somebody to buy some shit. But I do think that in certain cases you can walk up to someone and buy stuff with Bitcoin. Well, and I can tell you the perfect example: Tesla. Right, so it's not far away. So I do think it's on its way to be a spendable store of value. Effective or not, that's different. I'm talking about what I see it as, what I classify it as. Whether it's effective or not, will it be or not? It's a different story.
I don't care if it does, but I just don't want people to think that you can. You can spend your Bitcoin at less places now than you could in 2017. Period. Fact.
But it's
It
more of a
was
store of
more
value.
easy to spend in 2017.
I
than
did
it
not
is
say
now.
it's a currency or peer-to-peer. No, I said it's a spendable store of value. And
Well,
I'm not talking
okay.
about spendable anywhere. I'm just coining that phrase. I think it's
All
a
right.
fair
Hey, man,
description.
I'm sure I could find someone that does actually want a pair of my underwear. I know I could if I looked around hard enough. I'm just saying, man.
Looking at your fans here, I wouldn't be surprised, man. People are diehard.
I
Is
mean,
it
look, I like my own underwear. I'd pay for them.
is it too late to get the ZKSwap airdrop? Someone's asking.
I have no idea. I don't know, man. Usually the way airdrops go is like they don't want you to game the system. They don't just want to give money to people that like are leeches. Oh, look, the leeches are here to come get the free money. Oh, look, the leeches are dumping on us. So usually with airdrops, they're trying to like remove the leeches and just get the people that might continue to use the system if it's well designed. So in my experience, airdrops have been given to people that used a thing before a certain date, you know, or had some type of other behaviors that would make them worthy airdrop participants. And if they're smart, worthy airdrop participant means likely to FOMO, degenerate, you know. So like, yeah, there are only so many products that have real utility, and Uniswap is one, 1inch is one, Zcash is one. All these other airdrop kind of things, do I really want to use something that doesn't actually have utility and pay high gas fee to try and game the system and hope that I met some metric to like maybe get airdropped? You know what I mean? It seems to me like diminishing returns. Like I don't think that there's like I hope MetaMask doesn't airdrop. Like MetaMask, hey, do an airdrop, please. Thanks. But like, you know, other than that, I can't think of any off the top of my head, you know?
All right. Effortless crypto. How many people will realize the true potential of Hex when the bull market starts again soon? I thought we were in a bull market, but okay.
I'm pretty sure we're in a bull market.
Right?
I'm pretty sure.
Have Hex code infringements happened? Will you be seeking legal remedy?
What? Has what?
Let me read that again. Has Hex code infringements happened? Will you be seeking legal remedy? If they have, I guess.
You know, so far, I haven't noticed any infringement that has had adoption, and therefore, you know, I haven't decided to start handing money to lawyers for that. Because if I'm handing out lawyer money, the amount of defamation is just retarded. I have been defamed every day insanely by everybody. And you're like, yeah, that's actually not legal or fair. So if I try and divide up my time in the ways that scale. So could I spend time buying stuff? Sure, I could spend time buying stuff. But if you look around, nothing has changed. So I'd rather spend my time doing things that affect thousands and thousands of lives. So if I sue the shit out of somebody and make an example of them, how many thousands of lives are positively benefited? It's like probably not 1,000, you know? So I try and do the things that scale. Building infrastructure scales, making it so everybody has a good narrative playbook, like the rebuttals list scales. The rebuttals list, one, it doesn't cost anything. And I'm the only guy that can really do it the best. So it's something I need to personally do. So for me, it's like rebuttals list, fiat onboarding, maybe layer 2 stuff, encapsulated stake stuff, some margin trading. Those are the things I care about. Basically, that's it. Like that's all I care about. You know, suing for defamation is lower on the list. You know, I just doesn't scale. You only win the money once. Okay, you go beat the guy in court, you get a judgment. You're lucky enough that you're actually able to collect on the judgment. Great, you made money once. How many opportunities did you miss getting that one-time money? You should have been building infrastructure. So,
Effortless crypto. How much will the truly disruptive industry of crypto be disrupted by a disrupted crypto, which takes the money velocity away from leverage trading Hex?
I don't know. So this is the thing I was telling you earlier, which is Grayscale Trust gets money from people to buy real Bitcoin and then trade it on a layer 2, which is the legacy stock market. And that's it. And it pumped the price hard as fuck. Now, in theory, you could say, well, doesn't that divide up the demand between real Bitcoin and this virtualized fake Bitcoin on the stock market? And you're like, yeah, yes, it does, but it pumped the price hard as fuck. So I guess it works. And I've been torn. Some of these things don't have clear answers. So part of me is of the belief that Hex works amazing as it is, and that adding extra layers of encapsulation may make it more liquid and then increase the velocity, which then reduces the price. So, but if it's not rehypothecated in a way where it's derivative, if it's actually spot, in order for you to sell this much shares of the real stake, you need to have purchased the real stake, then I'm pretty sure it works out. So my current thinking on it is that the encapsulations are a good deal, particularly in a high fee environment. And then if it turns out to suck, you can always just de-emphasize them. You're like, oh, okay, we checked it out. It sucked. Okay, well, we're not going to talk about it anymore. So it's worth trying, you know? And if the analogy holds that it's just like Grayscale, then it's an obvious no-brainer. If the analogy doesn't hold and it was incorrectly formed, which it might be. I mean, this is probably worth like a good week of deep thought. I haven't put a week of deep thought into it. If right now, so like people message and they're like, I don't understand the 15-year stake thing. Okay. Yeah, I get it. You're pleb. You don't understand long-term thinking. Fine. It's okay. A guy like that still might want to benefit from being a member of a pool that is taking advantage of longer stakes. So at some point, an efficient market is just going to figure out that, you know, if you have an audited contract, it might be worth the trade to have a larger attack surface, that you try and buy down the risk with audits in order to get, you know, 3 times the interest. Because right now, if you want to get a 60% interest rate, you need to have a 15-year stake. Well, if someone does a layer 2 and then makes a 15-year stake and then sells shares in it and they become tradable, you're getting 15-year stake profit, but you're also able to get in and out whenever you want. But the price that you're paying for that is the increased attack surface, which you can buy down that price with audits. So like someone's already written the code to do that, and it's already in the dev chat. And it's just like, I wouldn't promote it with this layer 2, with the fees where they're at. I would probably just promote it as an experiment, and release that on some layer 2, you know, or Matic or whatever, you know, whatever side chain thing is going on. I've got like 5 I can name off the top of my head, because it would alleviate, for the people that want to trade, it would alleviate their gas problems. Because now you could take one mainnet Ethereum 15-year stake that's getting 60% interest, and then trade the shares of it on the fast, cheap layer 2. And, you know, it's worth a try.
Got you.
And by the way, if you wanted to do that, and I mean, I've had several calls with lawyers about basically doing that same thing on the OTC bulletin boards, just like Grayscale does. So Grayscale right now gives you like their virtualized Bitcoin. And then I think a cool similar product would be virtualized 15-year Hex stakes. Because Grayscale is not selling the coins anyway. You don't have a right to redemption. So when you give Grayscale your money, you can't actually get your coins. You cannot. So if that's the way the world works, where people are happy to give their money to some company because the company has stuff and the stuff has value, even though they can't actually touch any of the value, okay, cool. Well, then I guess encapsulated 15-year hex stakes in a trust or similar corporate structure would ease on-ramping for people like Grayscale has done and like Michael Saylor's doing. So like, it seems like a good idea to me, you know, but the setup costs are $500,000. So it's like, it's expensive, you know?
Gotcha. What's OA strategy? Someone has OA strategy question mark.
In Hex, OA means origin address, but I don't know. I mean, so if you look at what the OA has done in Hex, the OA used to make long. So the OA would send its coins to other addresses, and then those other addresses would stake for a long time. And what that was causing to happen was the interest rates were getting low and the market cap was going down, because when hex stakes are performed, the coins are burnt and then they can't get counted for circulating supply, so they don't get counted for market cap. So if the OA sends its coins to addresses and those addresses don't stake, then what you end up with is a much higher interest rate for people, which to the ecosystem may have benefits in outcompeting similar offers of yield. And it reduces the percentage that the OA holds compared to other participants in the ecosystem, which socialists will love, because socialists love to control who gets to have what. And what else? The market cap will be higher, because more unstaked supply means more circulating supply means higher market cap. So yeah, I mean, it's all public and on chain. So you can see everything the origin address has ever done. It's the consensus that I've seen in the Hex community is that the origin address has always acted in the best benefits of the ecosystem. And this is something people in crypto think they're smart. They're not smart. I have to tell them the truth and give them the obvious proof that they didn't understand, because I'm smarter than them and more experienced and whatever. People say it's not liquid enough. You're like, no, actually the point of maximum opportunity in any system is when the liquidity is lowest. And then they're like, oh, yep, true. And then they go like, inflation's bad. You're like, okay, inflation's bad. Well, the point of max opportunity in Bitcoin was when it inflated the highest as well. Huh? What? Ah, yes, you see nuance, because inflation is bad, but it is easily canceled out by the ease at which you can multiply your user base. So Bitcoin supply 2x in its first year, but its number of users more than 2x. So it's fine. So what matters is the ratio of new users to inflation. What matters is that inflation a negative externality that's being used to dump the price, or is it just given to the people who are holding the price up anyway? So not all inflation is qualitatively similar. And like, there's these things people think like, oh, more volume is better. No, more volume just means the exchange is getting rich and the market maker is getting rich. It means the holders are getting fucked. It's a closed system. So if the market makers and the liquidity providers and the exchange is making more, guess who has less? The retail guys. So everyone has everything fucking backwards, and I have to like free their stupid little brains of it. So volume is bad for the normal guy. Liquidity is only good on the bid side, sucks on the sell side. It's sell pressure, and those cheap coins will be used to murder their price at some later date. So you never want to have cheap coins. You never want to give away cheap coins ever. You want rare, beautiful, rare coins that you have to fight to get them. What are some other misconceptions people have? Like, oh, I hope Bitcoin becomes a payment network one day. Nope. That shit sucks. We know what payment networks are worth. They're worth less than 100 times less than stores of value. Stores of value are worth 100 times more than payment networks. And I just have to systematically go through and crush all these backwards ideas that these plebs have. And it's just crazy to me. Like, I need to set up a web page basically that's like Richard's greatest hits of shit you thought was right that ain't right. You know,
you should make a book of that.
Yeah, like, because I'm the only guy spreading these ideas. Everyone talks about Bitcoin network's never been hacked. It's been hacked fucking twice. Once they had to roll back the chain. Once they got lucky, the BCH developer caught it. You're like, yes, it fucking has been. And there are ways to solve that shit that nobody's doing. You can do it with a bug bounty program. You can do it with security audits. Is Bitcoin doing it? No. So there's shit that can be made better, but people just aren't listening. Like, I can't get through to these people. They're just ignorant. So, like, what else? Like, think about how right I was about everything. I was like, hey guys, 2020, Hex beats ETH, ETH beats Bitcoin. Hey guys, it's 2021. I was right. I was right. Bitcoin's outperformed. Hex has outperformed Bitcoin and Ethereum by 10 and 20x now, and by 100x and more, like a couple of months ago. And Ethereum's beat the fuck out of Bitcoin this year, slaughtered it 2x. If you had Bitcoin instead of Ethereum, you made half the money. Period. But people just don't read the chart. Like, look at the chart. Ethereum is kicking Bitcoin's ass. Now, I hope Bitcoin's price keeps going up, because that drives the price of everything else up. A Bitcoin crash is going to hurt the price of everything. I don't know if it'll hurt the price of Hex. See, people are like, oh my God, my shitcoin bags, my Dogecoin bag 30x'd because fucking the richest man in the world couldn't stop tweeting about it. I'm like, yep, congrats. Congrats on that shit.
My Dogecoin collects. My dog collects Dogecoin, man. I got an American. You don't know that. I got an American Amstaff. It's a pit bull. He's 9 months old. He has his own address. No one's donated to him yet, but he has his own address. He collects Dogecoin. He just loves it.
Nice. I think even my camera is like too dark. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
No, your camera looks good, man, on my side. I can balance it out for you. It's getting kind of late.
Well, no, I mean, like, I got two cameras, so your camera that I'm feeding to you is different.
Oh, okay, got you. Okay.
Yeah. I got two capture cards. So
Kelly33 is asking, where can I buy Hex?
Well, just buy Ethereum or USDC on Coinbase or Kraken or Bitstamp, and then transform it to Hex on 1inch.eth.link or ethhex.com. Yeah, he's got a link there. By the way, that ref link only pays on the orders that had positive slippage.
Yeah, it's the only reference link they have, so it is what it is, man.
I know.
Even if I don't get paid,
I'm just telling you that like, it ain't gonna pay you as much as you thought it would, because it's like
totally understand
the positive. Yeah. This shit, I just want to share things that most people don't know.
Yeah.
And most people don't know that. Oh yeah, so other stuff I was right about. I was right about Uniswap. I was right about 1inch. I was right about Zcash, or not Zcash, Tornado Cash. I'm just right about fucking everything. I was right about IOTA being a horrible piece of trash. I'm just always right. And when are people going to recognize? You know what I'm saying? Like, I called the 20K Christmas back when Bitcoin was like 3 or 4K. I called it short at 20K. I called the multi-year bear market at 9,500. This shit went down to 3,000. I'm like, how much more do I have to get right? People need to respect, man. It's just crazy to me. Do you know how much shit people talked about Hex before it launched? Oh, if you claim you're gonna lose your Bitcoin.
No, I remember they were talking. A lot of people were talking a lot of shit. Yeah,
they're not.
I remember that.
Yeah. Oh, you're gonna get de-anonymized. Nope. There's gonna be no market to sell. It's gonna go to zero. Nope. We had all-time high like 30 or 60 days ago. Motherfuckers are wrong about everything, and only one out of 100 will apologize. We got Richard Hart. He's a scammer. Yeah, am I? Because I give away everything for free. You're like, what? They need to apologize, man. This blows my mind. The good news is the Hexicans send me positive messages all the time to cancel out the disgusting people out there. And there's a lot of disgusting people out there. And by the way, attacking a good, honest person, making the world a better place, writing self-help books, making self-help videos, getting people to live healthier, wholesome lives. But then there's fake people out there doing identity theft and impersonating Satoshi. Where's the hate for that shit? Where's the hate for the people that make money on the rug pulls? Where's the hate for the by the way, you know who makes money on rug pulls? Coin comparison sites. Coin comparison sites make money on those people getting rug pulled, sending their pleb ass users there to go look at the price and go click on ads to go get wrecked on margin trading. So anybody that's a publisher in this ecosystem that's publishing margin trading, fuck you. You're ruining people's lives. You're a piece of shit. Anyone out there that's promoting these fucking unaudited contracts where everyone's losing all their money, fuck you. You're a piece of shit. You knew that people would lose money these ways. You've seen people lose money these ways time and time and time fucking again. I'm promoting secure, audited software where everyone is fucking 100% uptime. Has Binance had 100% uptime? Nope. Coinbase? Nope. KuCoin? Nope. These punk ass bitch exchanges? Nope. These margin trading people wrecking the fuck out of everybody? Nope. No. Hex is the goddamn shining city on a hill. And everything else is basically fucking garbage. And eventually the market will come to realize that because the proof is in the pudding. Show me your uptime chart, bitches. Hex's uptime chart is fucking perfect. 100%. 100. So, you know, I basically, here's what I think is going to happen. There's a bunch of prideful pieces of shit out there advertising and profiting on the tears and ruining of other men, getting them to trade and be destroyed. Hex gets people to delay gratification and do the one thing that we know works in crypto, which is fucking hold. If you have something that has product market fit and you hold, you're going to do okay. I'm out there promoting honest things. If the rest of the world doesn't want to give Hex and Hexicans the respect we deserve, we will build around and route around all of these pieces of shit. I can come up with 400 grand to compete with fucking Grayscale. I can come up with whatever money is necessary to route around these pieces of shit. So if Hex doesn't get the respect that it fucking earned, that's fine. Then these people can watch us pass them up. That gatekeeping is basically an opportunity. All that gatekeeping and assholism that's out there with people, you know, saying mean things about something better than what they've used, it's just holding the price down now. And as soon as the gates fall, price goes up. So, you know, gatekeeping is an opportunity, just like Bitcoin was. How many years has Bitcoin called a scam? Still getting called a scam.
Believe it or not.
Still. Up 5 million X. It's up 6 million X. It's up 6 million X. Motherfuckers still calling it a scam. Like, all right. If 6 million X can't convince you something's not a scam, I don't know what can do it. Maybe 600 million X.
We can Alex, if you can moderate the chat a little bit. If anybody's like overdoing it and everything, then please put them in a timeout and ban them. By the way, people repeating their questions, you're gonna get your question answered. I have like a list coming into me. There's a lot of questions. It will get there. If you repeat the question, it just makes it harder for me to see the questions because Alex sends them to me. S. Carter asks, what's the deal with L2 DEX exchanges? When I move funds to L2, is that custodied or do I keep my keys? ZKSwap, Quickswap, etc.
If it is well designed, then you perform a deposit transaction from the layer 1 to the layer 2's address on layer 1. That moves your money into their system. Then you do whatever you want on their system. And when you want to get out, you perform another transaction on layer 1. And so you have one in and one out. And then you can mess around once you're in there as many times as you want without paying much because you're in their middleware. Then you hope, in the event of a failure, that whatever recovery mechanism allows you to repatriate your funds from the layer 2 back to the layer 1 functions properly. I haven't seen anyone actually testing that part, which is an important part. So hope that works. Hope it works. Because otherwise, you know, if the layer 2 goes down, you just lose all your money until maybe someone figures out a way to repatriate it back on the layer 1. So it's like there are systems that function on layer 2 now. Maybe the recovery mechanisms work fine. Maybe you'll never need the recovery mechanisms. You know, maybe you're playing with such small amounts of money you don't really care that much. So that's where that's at. You know, if you're going to put millions of dollars into a layer 2, you would want to see a test run that was like, yeah, let's pretend the layer 2 stopped working. Now let's try and get all our money. Okay, does it work? All right, well then now we feel more more comfortable with it, you know?
All right. Robert Groma, will Hex hit half a US dollar anytime soon? Come on, dude. Anytime at all.
It wouldn't take much money.
You don't have to answer that question, man.
Yeah.
Will Hex?
I can tell it's possible. I just don't know when or, you know, like,
yeah, it's possible.
How much will Bitcoin be tomorrow? Let me know. Nobody knows.
Yeah. ZK is, okay, that's just a comment. ZK snapshot on the 24th question mark. Do you know about that? Is it on the 24th?
With what?
ZK's snapshot? Do you know about that by any chance? Okay.
No. I don't know.
Crypto Coop is asking, the Crypto Factor, ask about recycling Ethereum during adoption amplifier phase.
It's all on chain, man. All of your fan fiction fantasies as to all of the evil that happened during the launch phase, which ended months ago before we made new all-time highs. Go live out all your fan fiction fantasies on the blockchain. Go find the evil. It's all there. Everyone's got a nice evil theory. And yet new all-time highs are found. It's crazy.
Adam is asking, do you think big whales are going to buy after the large stakes end in March?
Do I think big whales are going to what?
Do you think big whales are going to buy after the large stakes end in March?
Yeah, they could. I mean, I never know what's going to happen. You got to remember, Hex's price doubled when some whale just bought and staked for 15 years. And you're like, okay, I didn't know that was going to happen in a single candle. I didn't know that the Hex price would double in one candle, in one order. And the liquidity is now where it was then. So somebody could come along and literally just double the price in a candle anytime they want. You don't know when that can happen. So it's like, looking on chain, I see that there's bid support in the 0x V3 order book. And I see that it vastly exceeds the sell pressure, which is basically nothing that I see in the V3 order book. So you're like, it seems pointed towards up. And if you look at the chart shape, it's literally pointed up. It keeps making like higher lows. So, you know, I don't have a crystal ball, but when you have something with 100% uptime where people are tattooing the logos on their bodies, where people are starting up YouTube channels and hopping on social media to spread the good word about something that they love, that pays 60% of your interest on a 10-year stake, 40% of your interest on a 5-year stake. And like, it can't get any better. It's really, really amazing now. And it's better than Bitcoin now. So like, why wouldn't it go up? You know, why not? Dogecoin did a 30x and it's a piece of shit. And the nodes are like failing. Like it is not actually safe to own Dogecoin. Right now, the amount that it costs to 51% attack it is so fucking cheap that it's not even actually safe to own it at that valuation. So you're like, a lot of people in the bull run are going to make a lot of money doing very stupid things. And it's going to make all of us smart people very angry that people could get rich on things that are the wrong things. But when the shit comes to a crash, and it will, those people lose all their money, and then you'll feel good again.
Yeah. Let me see this.
Chat be like, turn up his volume, sit up straight. Like, fuck, chat, jeez.
You talk about me, I'll sit like this.
Nah, me. I was fucking slouching. Thank you, chat. Look, I've busted my dick to get his volume louder. I can't do shit about it. Just where it's at, man.
It is where it is.
Sorry,
Paul, please ask Richard if he sees Wise token as a serious competitor because it has ownerless locked liquidity. What is Wise token?
Let me tell you what that chart did. Ready?
I don't even know what Wise token is.
It went up, and then it went down forever, and it only makes red candles now. It's on like day 30.
What is Wise token?
Somebody tried to make a fake hex, and they did, and it's fake hex. So it's just, they tried to copy the same ideas, and they thought that locking liquidity was smart, but it's not smart. So if you lock liquidity, it means you lock sell pressure. So now let's say you had $100 million of liquidity on Uniswap, and let's say you wanted your price to do a 2x versus Ethereum. Now you've got to find many, many, many millions of dollars of Ethereum. So I'll talk to you, let's talk about the USDC pair because it's a little bit easier.
Okay.
So let's say the guy that found it is a serial scammer that used to promote BitConnect. So to give you an idea.
I'm just looking at Wise Token right here. Wisetoken.net.
Yeah. So this utter piece of shit. He thought, oh yeah, we're gonna lock some liquidity. So now, if you put $100 million on Uniswap liquidity, so let's say there's 100 million USDC and like 100 million sell side. If you want to do a 2x, or let's say you want to do a 4x, you need to find another $100 million. Easy, right? I mean, shit, it's just $100 million. No, in fact, it's fucking hard to find $100 million. So there's a linear relationship between the amount of liquidity in your Uniswap pair and your ability to go up in value. Do you remember when I told you earlier that the point of maximum opportunity in Ethereum and Hex and basically all their ventures, including Amazon, Apple, you name it, were when their liquidity was the lowest? Mm-hmm. Well, they did the exact opposite of that. They tried to make their liquidity as thick as they possibly could. And the chart is horrible. Like the fucking price just can't go up because there's too much sell side pressure, because there's too much liquidity. They don't have any fucking users. By the way, another thing, there is an ideal amount of liquidity. So when I explained to you that the point of maximum potential is when your liquidity is the lowest, you do want to have enough liquidity so that the average number of, moderately sized users can get in without too much slippage. Because if it's too much slippage, it might feel like too much, right? So if you look at Hex, if you buy like $10,000 of Hex, you're only going to get like 1% slippage. No one gives a fuck about 1% slippage. Nobody. If you're going to buy like 100,000, let me go look at it. Let's go look at it. Let's go to 1inch.eth.link and let's go see what our slippage would be on a $100,000 order. And you can use Paul's referral link he's got in his. Where is your referral link, man?
Excuse
me? Where it is? You got a referral link. Do you know where it is?
It's in my description.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the chat here.
Yeah. So we're going to 1inch.eth.link and Hex and USDC. So if you wanted to buy $100,000 of Hex, your slippage would be 5%. That ain't shit. It's not. 5% slippage on 100 grand ain't shit. So it's as liquid as it needs to be. And if it were more liquid, it would be more sell pressure. Does that make sense to you? Let me do this the other way and see if it hits the bid liquidity. No, the price has bounced enough that it wouldn't hit the bid liquidity. It would actually. Yeah, it would a little bit. Yeah, there's bid side liquidity on that. So it tells you how it's going to route the order, right? So I just typed like, oh, what if I was going to sell Hex? It would sell 75% of it on this one leg. And then on that leg, 80% would be Uniswap V2 and 20% would be 0x. So it is hitting like the 0x liquidity.
Gotcha.
That either someone else put there or has been sitting there a long time. Like I don't have the order book open. So like managing infinite liquidity means your price could never, ever possibly move, ever, no matter what, because no one's trade would matter. Because the price only changes when the ratio of the two pairs changes. And if they were both infinitely large, the ratio would never move and your price would just be locked forever and could never, ever possibly move. So there's an ideal amount of liquidity, and that is where people can get in with not too much slippage, but then there's no extra beyond that. And preferably it's asymmetrical where there's more on the bid side than the sell side. So these guys, thought they were smart and it didn't work. So that's it.
By the way, if you're just joining us, go ahead and subscribe if you like interviews, if you like short videos, if you like videos that get straight to the point. And also hit that like button if you are getting value from this video. Check out Richard Hart's channel. Go over there, subscribe to that. He has a lot to bring, a lot of value to bring. And, agree or not, like it or not, he is one of the most educated people in the space. That's at least my opinion on it. This is actually before this. Is any development being done for fiat on onboarding for Hex?
I mean, look, every week I've got calls with lawyers working on it. It's like, it's hard. It's just hard. I mean, look at it this way, right? How is the on-ramping for Bitcoin? It sucks. And how many years have they had to work on that shit? 11.
Right. It's
just hard, And look at this shit. Like Coinbase is worth $100 billion. The fuck? Coinbase is worth 10% of Bitcoin's market cap. The fuck? Like why? Is that good for anybody? Yeah, Coinbase is valued at $100 billion. Literally now. Bitcoin's only valued at $1 trillion.
Maybe it's because the IPO, or maybe because it's like people want to invest in it, and
it's just gross. It's like, yo, man, it's regulatory arbitrage. Like the banks will work with them, but they won't work with other people. So it was hard to get into the business. So they have few competitors. So because the world sucks, now that company's worth $100 billion because of regulatory arbitrage. So you're just like, it's the same like when you were talking about like releasing a nude photo tied to like an NFT. That just means that there's less of your nude photos in the world, which in theory means the world is a shittier place. Just like Wu-Tang Clan's CD that they did for fucking $5 million for that kid that's in prison. That makes less music for the world. So now less people get to enjoy the song. Fuck that. That's worse for the world. If more people enjoy the song, that's better for the world. If exchanges make less money, or God forbid disappear entirely, that's better for the world because then there's less fucking middlemen. If the middlemen are getting rich, it means the users are getting unrich. It sucks. So if you can get rid of middlemen and reduce fees, that is what crypto was invented for. So at least they don't have margin trading. So that's nice, I guess.
Fabio saying counter effect for high gas fees?
I covered all that shit.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, wait for the bear market, or do shit on layer 2, or make longer stakes, or if you're trading in Uniswap, swap your Ethereum into WETH and save yourself 20% on each transaction, because internally everything gets swapped to WETH instead of ETH, but only if you're using ETH. Like if you're not using ETH, like if you're just using the USDC Hex pair, I don't think any of that shit gets turned to WETH. It just like stays in the ERC20 pair. So there's no like benefit on that particular pair to that strategy.
I got someone just made a crack joke here, and I want to counter it, man, and then I'll get back to the question. Someone said something about want to hear a joke? Why is this price chart all over the last year? Let me tell you a good joke I made up, man. Let me tell you a good joke. All right, you ready? Guy gets wrecked, loses all his money. Bitcoin's down, shitcoins are down. He's wrecked. It's like he's lost. His wife left him, lost his car, his house. Like, you know what? I'm gonna end this. Goes up to a building and is about to jump off the building. And as he's about to jump off, he sees somebody downstairs with no arms, and the guy with no arms is just dancing around. He's like, "Oh my God, we just got wrecked. I'm about to jump." And yet this guy is dancing around with no arms. He got inspired. He got motivated. He's like, I have to go meet this guy and ask him. So he goes downstairs, goes up to the guy. He's like, hey, I just got wrecked. We have a pandemic. My wife left me. You got wrecked. I know you did. And yet you are dancing around with no arms. Tell me your secret. The guy says, I'm not dancing around. I'm trying to scratch my balls.
Nice. Good one, dude. Well, he saved a life.
Huh?
He saved a life. Maybe I can interest him in a pair of special edition serialized Richard Hart underwear.
What's your
Save him
opinion
the
on
ball
dot?
scratching
People are asking
experience.
you what your opinion on Polkadot is.
I like ghost chains that don't have any real users. I really don't care about. But in a bull market, everything pumps. So which piece of shit is not going to go up? Do you know what I mean? It's like all people really, so when people ask you questions, what they really mean is, hey, Richard, I'm not happy with the gains on what I currently bought. So like, can you please switch me to something that has like more gains? I'm partially retarded. And so I Googled some things and I came up with like a couple fucking ticker symbols. If you could look at those ticker symbols for me and just do my research for me and just make me rich, please. And yeah, I'm glad you invented a coin to do that already, but like, fuck your coin. I want to buy something else. So can you, here's a list of ticker symbols. Please make me rich. I hate that shit. I just hate it. You're like, hey, go get a time machine before Elon Musk decided to go butt crazy shelling a shit coin and go fucking buy that and get your 30x. Okay. Like I can make statements regarding the technical utility of things, but what retards are going to FOMO, I cannot speak to because they will FOMO fucking anything. Uniswap token is duct taped on dog shit. Totally, completely functional product. They're just like, yo, duct tape a token on this shit. Price dumped like fuck, and then it went up. You're like, all right, cool. And this happens time and time again. People will fucking buy anything. They will buy fucking anything. And then the bear market washes away all that shit. You're like, hey, remember that blockchain phone? How'd that work out? Oh, it fucking went to like 0. Oh, sorry to hear that, you dumbasses. Like, why would you build a phone when Samsung is just going to put it as a fucking add-on? You know, you're like, what? Hey, let's go compete in something that's been highly competitive for decades. No, that's the exact wrong thing to do. You don't want to compete with people that are already operating at shit margins with high sunk costs. Like, it's a terrible idea. And so you saw tons and tons and tons of terrible ideas launch and fucking fail. So you're going to see that again. Bull market, you're going to see people getting rich on the dumbest shit you've ever seen. It's going to make you sick. And then when the top hits, they're all going to lose a lot of fucking money. And then over the course of a year, you get to ridicule them and make fun of them, you know, because they bought stupid shit.
I have to address something in the chat. For those people telling me they have to watch the chat, I can't watch the chat and do this interview at the same time. I do have a moderator doing that, and he is having a hard time because there's a lot of people commenting. And on this channel, a lot of people are telling me to ban people. We do ban people, but not that easily in the sense that what I'm trying to do here, I'm trying to get people to ask their questions and get answers to it. And as people notice, I don't talk about my opinion that much, because if I was going to bring a guest on this channel to talk about my opinion, why would I waste this time and not just do a video talking about my opinion? So I'll get into it when I can, but right now I want to learn and I want to discover and I want to see what Richard Hart has to say. I know what I'm going to say, and there's a few things I might disagree with, a lot of things that I agree with, but it's not about what an interview is about. So just to get that clear, and I'm not going to ban people for asking questions, but if they get too much, then Alex knows what he's doing, and people threatening to leave for me not banning people answering questions, leave. This channel is real. It's transparent. This is what we're like, right?
If the free information that I'm giving you
Yeah.
isn't worth what you're paying, fuck yourself. Like,
Yeah.
you mean like you are not educating me? You are not fucking like, I am giving you, as a founder of a multi-billion-dollar cryptocurrency, serial success, serial entrepreneur.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't like what you're hearing, fuck off. It's very easy.
We're here to learn, man. So
No
let me
one will
go over
notice
some
that you're
more
gone.
questions. Tech Dolphin saying, don't you think lower liquidity prevents big whales to buy in because they might push the price too much against themselves?
Then those dumb assholes can use the limit order functionality that I am telling you about, and that Hex is actually, by the way, funny this again, Hex has the most limit orders on the 0xv3 system. Oh yes, Hex. Yes, Hex. Hex has the most limit orders on the 0xv3 system. So go use the fucking limit orders. You can go to matcha.xyz. That's probably the best place to do the limit orders. And then you don't have to push the price against yourself. You can just fucking sit there and be the liquidity and wait for other people to sell into you. Period. You don't have to be a FOMO tard and only use fucking market orders. You don't have to. You can use limit orders and be the liquidity.
The only reason you want to use a market order, I think, is if you really want to get in fast. You don't care about the price difference, and you're gonna hold long term. You don't want to sit there just do a market order. But in general, limit orders are made so you can get in the price you want, and if you don't hit it, you don't hit it. You don't have to get in every single project. Do you have this one's for me. Do you have some friends, big dogs in crypto that could debate and be convinced to get into Hex? I think Richard Hart knows and much bigger dogs in crypto than I know. And he's debated. I've seen his debates already. But yeah, okay. This channel, just so you know, most of the people that watch this channel up to now, at least up to a few weeks ago, are mostly entrepreneurs and cryptopreneurs, people that want to get into cryptocurrency. They're entrepreneurs. They do have money. My demographics are people that have money because they came from my other channel, which is entrepreneurship channel. So I do have a lot of new people, smart new people, rich new people on this channel. And that's why I try to bring guests on this channel so they can talk about projects and so on that's focused on crypto. But Rich has been in the game much longer than me. I mean, I don't know if I can introduce him to anybody in crypto. You know what I mean?
I've been in this shit since the first quarter. I was mining full Bitcoin blocks on my own, 50 BTC block rewards in the first quarter of 2011. And I helped make the $30 top. So
there you go. So Richard sometimes says that Hex value is multiplied by ETH value. Is this correct? If so, how are the prices connected? If Ethereum drops, does Hex fall? And then it says Hex rolls when
Hex seems
in March.
Hex seems to like be really resilient to crypto dips because it's just to the beat of its own drummer. If everything else pumps, sometimes Hex does, sometimes Hex doesn't. If everything else dumps, sometimes Hex does, sometimes Hex doesn't. It really is totally, it's decorrelated. Seriously. Like, it does its own thing. And I think, like, basically, if you look at the way Hex is kind of being set up, if all the liquidity on Uniswap was Ethereum instead of USDC, then when Ethereum dumped, Hex price would dump. Period. But because 2/3 of the liquidity is in USDC instead of ETH, when ETH dumps, only 1/3 of the liquidity is reduced in strength. So, and look, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again, to those guys that are providing liquidity on the Hex ETH pair, feel free to remove that shit and put it on the USDC pair. Because I'm curious what Hex would look like with a primarily stable thing to compete against. It's a lot easier to outcompete USDC than it is to outcompete Ethereum and Bitcoin. Because like people, the amount of stupid in cryptos was like amazing to me. People don't understand how the Ethereum Hex price chart works. If the Ethereum Hex price chart was literally a flat line, like a dead person, it would mean that Hex was up 20x in a year because ETH is up 20x in a year versus the dollar. So a flat fucking line really means up 20x in a year. And then what if the flat line jumped up really hard every once in a while? Well, if it jumped up a 5x, then it would mean you might have done 100x in a year instead of a 20x. But then what if it went down? Okay, well, you're back to the 20x. So people look at like the ETH Hex chart and it has these big wicks up, and those are opportunity. That's opportunity. So if it were a flat fucking line, that's your 20x versus the dollar. Oh God. Oh no, a 20x versus the dollar. Oh, the fucking horror. It's okay. fucking 20x versus dollars. Okay. So it's like when you go to sell your coins and actually buy shit, you're going to sell them for dollars. The dollar chart is the only thing that matters. And if you're looking at the altcoin charts, you're going to get misled in the bear market. When the bear market comes, your coin could be kicking ass versus Ethereum. And Ethereum could be getting fucking annihilated versus the dollar. And your chart is up and to the right, but your net worth is getting fucked. Because what matters is the dollars. Dollars are the universal numeraire. They're what matters in the world that we live in today. You need a chart versus the dollar.
Yeah.
Because if you're just looking at...
I look at Bitcoin chart and dollar chart always.
Yeah. So, and it's like if you want to cherry pick dates, depending on where you slide your chart to, everything's beating everything else. So like right now, like the chart that I look at is the 2020 chart till today. So it's like a year and 2 months or a year and 3 months. That chart shows a lot of coins beating the fuck out of Bitcoin. A lot of coins beating the fuck out of Bitcoin. And if you go to coinpaprika.com and you click returns and you sort by yearly, the whole page is beating the fuck out of Bitcoin. On a 4K monitor, the whole page is beating Bitcoin, and then there's one sliver with Bitcoin down at the bottom. So if you want to find things that are beating the fuck out of Bitcoin, there's a lot of them. But it matters what time frame you're looking at, because if you bought Ethereum in February of 2018, you got destroyed versus Bitcoin in the bear market. You lost money with either of them, but you lost more if you had Ethereum. But then if you bought Ethereum at the COVID dip, you made twice as much as if you'd held Bitcoin. So it's, where you slide that chart makes a big difference. And for me, it's like, this is why we choose things from certain years. So measuring from a 2020 is valid. Measuring from the COVID dip is valid. Measuring from certain emotional inflection points is valid, right? And then you can't just, it matters when your ass got in. When did you get in? Like, okay, great. Bitcoin used to be a penny. Did you buy it at a penny? Well, does anyone buy it a penny? I mean, fuck, I'm as early as you can get. I didn't buy it a penny. So a lot of this, people trying to shit talk Hex. They're like, oh, look, Hex isn't up versus Bitcoin in this little time frame. You're like, zoom out. Now look, the shit used to be 1 Satoshi. Now it's like 30 Satoshis. Explain. It's very obvious that it went up 30x versus Bitcoin, ain't it? So.
Yeah.
Bitcoin maximalists don't like that smaller cap coins just outperform them, and it will always be that way. It's not avoidable.
Yeah. I agree. I agree with that. I can agree with that. Let me go to the next question here. Richard Hart, your thoughts about grid trading bots?
Trading bots? If you trade, you're going to get wrecked.
They change. The problem with trading, I can answer this one. Let's say you have a trading bot, and you program it perfectly. You're saying, okay, whenever if it's oversold, buy and whatever. Okay, you trade. You program your trading bot to whatever technical analysis you need. The problem is that in 2 weeks that could change. So crypto changes. Like you will need to either reprogram your trading bot or have someone do it for you. And that's how people get wrecked. Things just change too fast. So trading bots do work, but the problem is you need to know technical analysis and need to program it, or the person that has it has to program it all the time, which is why most trading bots are not profitable unless you're with the big boys, like working with them, which always update it. Like they have staff updating and checking it all the time. That's my opinion anyway. Richard?
If you trade, you're going to lose all your money. Every developer's like, finance is just numbers, and I'm good with numbers, so I'm going to go get rich.
Not the same.
Nope. None of them make any shit.
Yeah.
You go on Hacker News, you read all the threads about all the people that built trading bots. They end up open sourcing them because none of them are profitable.
Yeah.
You ain't making no goddamn money on a trading bot. Just not.
Unless you're in a bull market, in which you'd be making money anyway.
Well, yeah, like then you could have bought anything and low leverage
Exactly.
long
Just
anything.
throw a dart. Right now, you can throw a dart. You could probably make money.
Yeah.
Right?
Currently, yeah. Dogecoin did a 30x. Yeah,
Yeah, dude,
anything
come
possible.
on. I mean, Dogecoin.
Mhm.
It did better than XRP, ironically.
I'm happy Hex is still winning. Like if you do that coin paprika thing, Hex is right up there in the top 3 or 4 versus everything since a year. Like,
Will Hex work on other up-and-coming platforms?
I covered that already.
Sorry. Does Richard think Hex would get more respect attention if he had developed it anonymously? No, I don't. Maybe, but that doesn't mean.
I think that we live in a world where grandiose, abrasive people get all of the attention. Donald Trump was president. Everybody on TV is polarizing. You know, it's like being outlandish gets you eyeballs. So I don't think that doing it anonymously would have been better. I don't. Because, like, hey, you hate me, you hate Hex, sell it. Oh, you can't sell it, bitch, because you didn't buy any. So fuck you. The only people that can sell are people that buy it. So it's an asymmetrical benefit to be ballsy, because the people that love you, they're going to get on a team. The people that hate you, they wasn't going to get on a team anyway. So fuck them. So there's like, it's only win, you know? Like, I can be humble. Like, I can do it. It's just not profitable to do so. So the only time you'll see me being humble is like when I can learn from people. I'll shut the fuck up and learn, you know? There are people that know more than me. And when I get the opportunity to chat with them, I shut the fuck up and learn, you know?
All right. Someone here says, and I'm going to get involved in this one. Any plan to debate BitBoy after he talked shit about you? First of all, if you're talking about BitBoy
He never
crypto,
talked shit about me.
He didn't talk shit about Richard. And I know this because I was on a live stream with BitBoy, and we actually talked about Richard, and he had good things to say. It was a bit skeptical in certain things, but in the most part, he had good things to say. So that's not even a question. Right, so I was on a live stream with him, so I know exactly what he said. But I think that Richard would debate anybody anywhere, to be quite honest.
If you got an audience,
Yeah.
I'll talk to you. If you wanted to be friendly, you be friendly. If you want to be not friendly, people like that even more. So
pretty much. Like, and BitBoy he's got the biggest channel right now. He's like 550,000 subscribers or something. He's doing great, man. He's killing it. His biggest channel in crypto right now is BitBoy Crypto. Golden City says, can you see Hex rising significantly after F2.0? Will it be stalled until then?
Software takes a long time, bro. Hex works fine now. I don't really care if ETH 2.0 comes out. If it does, cool. If it doesn't, cool. It doesn't really matter to me. It's like, hey, if the fees come down, great. If they don't, oh well, you know, I guess we'll be doing tier 2 stuff. I care about onboarding new users, man. If people come and buy once and lock for 15 years, I don't really give a shit about a lot of other things. I care about onboarding the new users, you know?
Alex, if you can get some more questions in. I read somewhere a question actually, which I'm very reluctant to ask it because I think it's a stupid, dumbass question. But I will because this is titled "No Hold Bars." AMA.
Go ahead.
Richard Hart, right?
Release the Kraken.
Yeah. Do you? I didn't even get it sent in, so I have to scroll up a little bit. But someone asked something about oh, there you go. Does Richard Hart own Hex? I'd expect he does. Why would it matter? Oh yeah, somebody asked, does Richard Hart own Hex coins?
Do I own any of the coins that I founded?
That's I told you I'm reluctant to ask that question, man, but
that's a stupid ass question.
It is. Hey man,
Saying.
Alex, I'm waiting for Alex
I don't talk about my crypto holdings.
Okay.
But I sure do like Hex a lot.
Yeah. Oh, it's Oak Tree. Yeah, okay. He was asking. Yeah, he asked a lot of questions. Debatable. Yeah, some good ones though as well. So I have to scroll up because basically I'm not getting any more questions in my feed. Do you have any questions asked on your side from your chat?
Oh, fuck. Sure.
There's like 1,000.
A million of them, dude. Scroll up a bit here. Martin Shkreli, that was a guy who is in jail. They got that Wu-Tang album.
I met Wu-Tang. I actually went to a strip club with one of with Jizza.
Nice,
I knew
dude.
a lot of artists back in the day because I was into the
I
entertainment.
went to a strip club. Well, I was at the same strip club with Bono and Morpheus from Matrix in Montreal. That was funny.
I'm also
And
friends
then,
with Public Enemy, DJ Lord. We kick it a lot, and I met Public Enemy a couple of times backstage, Cypress Hill, all these people.
Nice, man.
I performed with DJ Lord twice. He's a very
dude.
good friend of mine. Yeah. Somebody said I'm really bad at this. Hey man, please show me your channel. Show me you doing better, man. I'm trying.
Right? Yeah. Yeah.
He's really bad.
Haters.
No, I don't mind.
People that don't matter in real life. They're like keyboard wearing. No, I can't be cool anywhere else, but I can be cool right now. Just remember, everybody in chat, you speak at our pleasure, and we can mute your asses whenever we like. So be nice.
Richard Hard, you said that the NFT sell-off is a sign on the top. Any guesses on other indicators? Yeah, Bitcoin's going to start falling.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, like the shit people say about your taxi driver shilling it to you, and everyone bought already. Well, someone has to buy after you. If there's no one to buy after you, the price can only go down. Seriously. Like, if everyone already bought, the price can only go down. So you just don't, like, it's very hard to tell when that is. Like, when is everyone done buying? Don't know. Hard to know, So it's you haven't heard me call top. There's signals, but there's also weird billionaires just chucking billions at it that have longer time preferences. So it's a different market structure, Like, hey, did you think Micro Sailor's first $1 billion fucking Bitcoin sale would fill up? How about his second one that you didn't know was coming? Well, as long as billionaires keep chucking billions in, you're like, well, we don't have to go down then, I guess, Even if all the fucking taxi drivers in the world shill you, as long as the billionaires want to keep paying what I paid $30 for, they want to pay $50,000 for, as long as they want to keep doing that, 60,000. I think it was like 59K today. As long as they want to keep doing that, keep fucking going up.
I got a question.
You guys like?
Sorry.
Yeah, good.
I got a question for you. I hear a lot of people speculating that this bull run will end in August or September. Why?
I have no idea. That doesn't make sense. We usually pump in the summer. I mean, the narrative, if you want to play like narrative games, you're like sell for taxes, depending what jurisdiction you're in, March, and then like pump in the summer, and then dump for winter. Like, there's like the cyclical, seasonal shit you'll hear, but it doesn't do that all the time. Like,
exactly. I don't think we have enough track record. 10 years is nothing to know what's going to happen. Just because it happened 3 times before or whatever, I don't care. It doesn't mean it's going to happen again.
Hey, everybody telling me about his volume. I know his volume is low to you guys because you've been telling me for 2 hours about it. I can't fix it. Sorry. Just be happy you can hear my beautiful voice. I did the best I could. The shit ain't getting fixed on the stream. Deal.
Deal with it. All right. What weird key indicators of Hex does Richard Hart track to keep the judge of the health of the Hex ecosystem?
I like to see how many new users there are in a day. I like to see the price going up. I like it when I see new streams start. I like when I see people getting tattoos. I like, I was on a chat with somebody that built a cool app in the ecosystem, and he was telling me that, there's some interest, some big parties, like big names, like big names showing interest. I like when I do calls with some lawyers and they own Hex and they like Hex and they want to see Hex do well. And these are like, you know, successful Ivy League dudes. And, you know, so I like when I see smart people. I like when I see dedicated people. I like when I see, you know, measurable metrics like the number of years average that people are staking keeps going up. Like it used to be 4.88, now it's like 5.07. So even the average stake length is going up. Those are the things I look at. But like I'm focused on fiat on ramp, kind of layer 2, but bear market would solve that. ETH bear market, and margin trading. I think I wish that people could short Hex and get wrecked and be forced to buy at prices they didn't think possible. You know, that I think margin trading is more important than L2. I think fiat on ramp is more important than margin trading or L2. Those are the things I'm focused on, you know, and the rebuttals list before that. I guess we did just push a new update to the website. Like we released a new website last week or something.
I got a question that's on everybody's mind, but no one asked it. Do you ever light those candles?
Yeah, man. So it makes a huge mess. Apparently you can get like drip free candles.
Right.
But these ain't them because these things make a huge mess. So when you light them, it just drops wax everywhere.
Gotcha.
So there's just like, there's wax chunks all over the place. And then it was getting on a chair, on the floor, on the marble, just everywhere, man. So I do it. And like when I light them, it's like really too bright on this side. So I have to have like a fill candle on this side.
Got
to
you.
even it up a little bit. It's work, man.
Okay, could Hex run on EOS?
I don't think EOS supports Solidity, and there's a whole shitload of other ETH killers that do. So I just don't like. Why not fork my own thing, and then do things on that thing instead of pumping someone else's bags? I would instead of pumping someone else's bags, I'd rather pump hexagon bags or whatever. Like, you know, like it just. I don't like seeing people buy other ticker symbols. So I would hate to see Hex launch on some shit and pump some shit when it could have like worked a little bit harder and pumped itself or something like that. You know, like I like to see people buy Hex. I don't like to see them buy other stuff. So I would be very, that you could see encapsulated stakes run on other networks. Like for instance, Tether, right? You can trade Tether on Tron. You can trade Tether on EOS. You can trade Tether on Ethereum. You can actually even trade Tether on Bitcoin, believe it or not. As stupid as that is. That's the only place you used to be able to trade Tether in the beginning, and they moved on to superior platforms. So encapsulated stakes could operate the same way. I would be okay with that. But like the Hex core functionality, it's not a free ride to remove yourself from the very secure Ethereum network, because your options are, okay, proof of work change, fork Ethereum, and now you're attacked by botnets. Okay, no proof of work change, fork Ethereum, merge mining, maybe. And then you're just like, there's this shitload of complexity as to how to not get 51% attacked and then also be decentralized. So you could end up with federated things like EOS has like 21 validators. I think the BNB thing has like 21 validators. So maybe you go a 21 validator route and hope that is good enough. And probably it is, who knows, you know, like, so I would like if Hex, I think it would be smarter and more beneficial for Hex to have layer 2 things on other chains to suck some energy out of those chains. They're just dead ghost chains anyway. No one's fucking doing anything on them. So if you launch anything on them, it gets a little bit of press from people that bought those bags because they're like, oh, something came to our fucking empty bag that we bought. So you get that shit. So I would, and then for Hex itself, you would get like the street cred of like, oh, we're so cool. We did our own ghost chain. You know, like
Right.
So I'd rather see encapsulated 15-year Hex stakes on other networks. And then if ETH continues to suck for fees, if that didn't work, then layer 2, same kind of thing. So that like sharding of like splitting Hex stakes across other networks, you can also do that in a layer 2 on Ethereum. And it works okay. Maybe. It would work okay for stake ladders if you're like doing a bunch. But then if it just continued to suck and you're like, yeah, to even send Hex costs like, so like right now, I think it costs like $8 to send Hex. But if it gets to like $25 to send Hex, you're like, man, $25 to send Hex. I remember this shit was like a penny. Yeah, at that point, maybe you're like, let's fork something and see if the community wants to switch over to the other thing, Because a lot of projects have moved from ETH mainnet to other things like TRX and EOS and BNB and other shit, right? So it's definitely doable, but you got to decide where you want to put your dev time. Do you want to put your dev time into switching to another network, or do you want margin trading to work? I'd rather get the margin trading, and it's so, hey, Hex dev community, hex.com/dev. Hope you're listening. Got free time? Charge someone a 0.3% fee to fool around with your encapsulated 15-year stake on another network and go make your 0.3%. Enjoy it, baby. Go, go, go. Good opportunity for you guys.
David Morales is asking if you've ever been to King of Diamonds.
Nah. Sounds like a jewelry store. I got this made.
I don't even know what that is. I thought it was a strip club. It sounded like.
I don't know. I never heard of that one. I've been to a lot of strip clubs.
I don't know, because we were talking about strip clubs. I think that was what it is. What is the total possible liquid Hex?
Right now, so if you go to hex.com or Etherscan, it will tell you the circulating supply, which is the ERC20 total supply. So that basically means all of the unstaked Hex exist in the world. So if you go to etherscan.io and you type Hex, and because they're not as good at what they do as what we are, go to the 4th listing, no blue check mark. That's the real multi-billion-dollar valuation Hex. Why isn't everyone as good at their job as ours? And then you'll see the total supply right now is 568 billion. That's like the liquid Hex that's out there currently. And then I think staked is maybe like 58 or 59 billion. Less, actually. So the staked is, I'll find a second. There's 61.7 billion locked and 568 billion not locked. That's it.
At what price of BTC do you think MicroStrategy will start dumping?
I don't know if they will.
Yeah, I don't think it's in their favor, even if it does start dropping right now.
It's like,
because they make money getting other people in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't, it's like, so the way the lawyers I talked to, been looking at this Grayscale alternative thing. They mentioned to me this Texas land trust, and it's just a trust that buys up land in Texas. That's what it does. You're like, okay. So there's these entities out there in the world that just buy shit up and they don't sell it. All right. It's weird, but it's a thing.
Yeah.
So, they just might not ever sell. Seriously.
Anonymous. Sorry.
It's weird and it's good. It's
Yeah.
good for the price. Can't get better.
Any plans to ever...
You buy and never sell?
Yeah. Any plans to have introduced capability to combine existing stakes?
No, I can't do it.
Okay. Marcus is the Hexagon question. Has Richard ever reached out to big players in crypto, other millionaires, billionaires that can do well with and for Hex?
I mean, oddly enough, not really. Like I talked to Roger, but like I've never talked to Trace, like I've never really hit the phones, really.
Yeah.
It's I care about infrastructure, man. Like doing one by one sales shit, it's just kind of
It's good when you're writing a book, though.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Is there one thing in crypto? Is there anything in crypto or one thing in crypto that Richard was wrong about?
I used to think that Bitcoin and altcoins were competitors to each other. It's not actually true. They both make their all-time highs and their all-time lows together. The primary thing that people do, like the most likely thing someone is to spend their Bitcoin on, is an altcoin. So like the primary shit you can actually use your Bitcoin for is altcoins. And if you look at, so a way to visualize cryptocurrency as a whole is you need everyone to put their money in and never take it out. Okay. Well, how do you get that? How do you make that happen? Well, you can invent staking where you longer pays better. Hex, that's one way to do it. Okay, how else can you do it? With an ever evolving roulette wheel of shitcoins, with new narratives constantly, chasing the next FOMO pump. Where's the next pump? Where is it? So the money comes in, and then it goes to this thing, and then that thing, and then this thing, and that thing, and this thing. And as long as you can keep all the bullshit going on, bullshit, then the money doesn't leave. Because everyone just keeps making money. It's reflexive. The more money that comes in, the richer everyone gets, the more bullshit they buy, the more ticker symbols get created, the more rehypothecation and leverage and reflexivity, and you just get this fucking vertical line. It just tilts up to a vertical line. Because when one thing goes up, everything goes up. Like, look, Bitcoin goes up, so Ethereum goes up, so ERC20s go up, so everything goes up. It's beautiful when it's all going up. It's great. But then what happens when shit goes down? Well, Bitcoin went down, so Ethereum went down. So and then you get the cascade, and then you get the bubble pop, and it's set up for it. It's like, yep, NFTs are here. Roulette wheel shitcoins is here. So the new, all these new coins that launch on Uniswap, that's the new ICOs. All the airdrops are the new Bitcoin forks. The NFTs are still the NFTs. And then we've got Soldier Boy talking about launching his own coin. We got fucking,
Ty Lopez wants to launch his own. I was talking to Ty. He wants to launch his own coin. He's thinking about it.
Who, Tyga?
Ty Lopez.
Oh, Ty Lopez. Okay. Cool.
Here's a fun
That's what
question.
we need, bro. More coins, More coins.
Here's a fun question. Will you light up the candles with Hex if Hex goes to above $1?
Yes. I will light these fucking candles when Hex hits $1.
I'll
even light these candles at 10 cents. So far, 2 cents is our all-time high so far.
Cool.
I'll fucking light the candles at 10 cents. I'll do that too.
I gotta ask you something. We never set a time for this interview. How long do we have?
Forever.
Awesome.
I'll talk to you fall apart, mate.
All right, that's awesome, man.
I'm invincible on this shit.
Let's see. As long as questions come in, I might have to take a bathroom break.
You go ahead. I don't even need those.
Is there one thing in crypto that Richard? We already did that one. Ask Richard
Well,
about.
so
SENS.
I was wrong. So it turns out that altcoins and Bitcoin are synergistic because all of this roulette wheel gambling degen bullshit keeps people from selling for real money. It helps the reflexivity upwards. And then if you can get people to buy at higher prices, a lot of people don't want to sell at a loss. So getting people in at really high prices is good for the price long term, because it sets that shelling point, that like, I got in here, I ain't selling for less than here kind of thing, So there is also honest, good progress that has been made. replacing the fucking middleman exchanges with decentralized finance is beautiful. Amazing. Non-custodial exchanges. Love it. Massive improvement. Massive. And the same goes for like margin trading. You know, you don't have to send selfies and beg for your money. You want a margin trade, you can do it on chain. You want options, you can do it on chain. You want, you know, exchanging, you can do it on chain. So all these things that you can do on chain now are awesome. You want time deposit, Hex on chain. That's all amazing, beautiful progress. And that deserves to be worth a lot of money. All these fucking random promise coin, shit coin, bullshit, no product market fit garbage, all that shit can go to zero. I hate all that stuff. But since the idiots that'll just buy anything that comes out, it keeps the idiots engaged, you know? So things I got wrong. I didn't realize how valuable shit coins were to the Bitcoin price. Now I know. That's pretty much it. I think I got everything else right.
I think my moderator and my editor just had a heart attack when you said the unlimited times. We're like, oh my God.
Get wrecked, homie.
I'll go as long as he goes on. Let me see the next question. Ask Richard about SENS.
Strategies for Engineered Negligible Senescence is a not-for-profit research charity, a 503c in California, that tries to fund medical research, particularly that which might help you live a little longer. And people think that living longer is getting old and then staying old for longer. It's called the Tithonus error, named after a Greek myth where this dude named Tithonus would live forever, but frail as shit and like dying all the time, but never actually dying. So it turns in the real world, you can only be kept alive if you're robust and healthy. And so it's easier to keep young people young than it is to keep old people old. So regenerative medicine, people don't realize 80% of deaths are from cancer and heart disease. 80%. If you cured cancer, which kills 40% of people, the average increase in life expectancy is only 3 years. If you cure heart attacks, heart disease, which is 40% of deaths, you also only live 3 years longer because the decaying system just lets the next thing kill you. Oh, you cured heart attacks? Cool, you're just going to get cancer. Oh, you cured cancer? You're just going to have stroke. Oh, you cured strokes? You're just going to get the next thing. So the decaying system causes those pathologies. And once you realize that curing cancer is only worth 3 years, you're like, oh, well, why don't we try and do some shit that'll give us 4 years?
And there's also entropy.
Entropy, you say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Over time, everything breaks down, right?
Well, not really. So you can export entropy. That's why data exists. So if entropy were absolute, there could be no data. But we have consistent organization and growing organization because we're able to export our entropy so it's just like your car. It's like your car is able to get a lot done because it can blow heat out the gas pipe and just get rid of it. So your car can be very organized, but by disorganizing something else.
Gotcha.
That makes sense. Yeah. So exporting entropy, I mean, eventually all life dies at the heat death of the universe, but if I can live an extra 10 or 20 years enjoying cheeseburgers,
I'll do it.
It's good.
And being an ex-cancer guy, I wouldn't mind living 3 more years if I reached my time. You know?
Yeah, man.
But
this shit's gonna get cured. It's just a question of it's gonna get cured whether you're here or not.
Since we last talked, realized that my mother and sister died of cancer.
Well, it's 40% everybody.
It's crazy. Man. And then my dad also had a heart attack and liver problems, and he's on dialysis 3 times a week. So I was in a very difficult position. So one of the anyway, a lot has happened. I don't want to talk about it. Is Richard making a Grayscale competitor? And on that note, I'll be right back. If you can drag this on just for like a few minutes,
sure.
I'll be right back.
I'll do it. I would like to see a Grayscale competitor. So like, here's an issue with Grayscale. They're extremely profitable. And lots of people are doing something similar. And it almost doesn't matter what you sell as long as people are willing to buy it. So right now, their two most popular products are Bitcoin and Ethereum, but they have other products as well, which just aren't as popular. So just as a business model for something that a person that wanted to be in business profitably could do, Grayscale seems like a good, just general business play. Now, why I would, do I care if the ETH or Bitcoin prices goes up a lot? Yeah, it's nice if they go up, but it's not like going to really make my day. What's really going to make my day is Hex price going up. So if a Grayscale like thing or Grayscale themselves was able to onboard the legacy stock market plebs money into the future of finance, which is crypto, particularly Hex, I love that, because right now it's a sticking point. It's very hard for people to get on. Now, I've not actually tried to onboard people to stocks. Maybe it's hard to onboard there too. I don't know. Maybe it is. Hopefully it's not. It's a good question. Even if it does suck, we know that there's a lot of money there because, Grayscale will buy $80, $100 million of Ethereum in a day, multiple days. It's a lot of money. So I would like to see a Grayscale competitor exist or Grayscale themselves offer Hex. And I think that since they're never going to sell anyway, because people are happy to buy into that meme of like, yeah, this company, it just buys stuff and holds it, doesn't sell it. Well, all right. If that works and people like doing that, you might as well, stake a 15-year stake and get, currently 40, well, it'd be like near 60% interest in Hex. And yeah, I think it would be a wonderful business. And if it didn't work, you could always just turn it off, right? But I think it would be a hell of a good thing to try.
I just came back. Can you repeat that? No, just kidding. Ask Richard if he will debate Eric Wall again.
Eric, so here's the problem with BitBoy, Eric, everybody that's an influencer. They're cowards. They're really scared of what the fucking public thinks of them. So they're afraid of going against the grain of what is popular. They are afraid that if they say anything nice about Hex publicly, that it will make people mad. They don't realize that it's profitable to make people mad, and making people mad is how you get more views. So I guess they just want less views. Doesn't make any sense to me. Or maybe they're just like scared or whatever. Fine. Okay. You guys can be scared. I'm not going to be scared. I don't need anybody's money. You don't like me. You don't like how I dress. You don't like how I talk. Fuck you. I'm probably.
Are you saying he wouldn't debate you, or are you saying that?
No, I've talked to him before, and I'm just saying, I'm like, he publicly has stated that he does not want to give Hex attention because it would make people angry at him. So he is censoring himself because he is not being a thought leader. He's being a thought follower. If you censor what you say because what your followers think, you are not their leader. You are their follower. And they are not your follower. They're your leader.
But he publicly stated that he made a lot of money on Hex.
Well, BitBoy did, sure. Yeah, but I was talking about Eric.
Oh, who's Eric?
Oh, Eric Wall. He's a guy that's smart. I mean, Eric Wall's smart. I like Eric. He has a hard time understanding Hex for some reason. And some smart people, they just don't get it.
Maybe they don't want
They don't. Here's what happens. I'm going to tell you how every conversation with smart people goes. They don't understand what Bitcoin actually is. There's this blind spot they have. So does Bitcoin produce anything? No. Can you touch it? No. Can you buy it? No. Can you see it? No. What functions does the software have? You can send it to someone and you can mine it. And what do you do as a miner? You pollute the environment. And that's it. That's all you do. So it's basically a stupid network that you
can't
raise.
call it stupid though. Come on.
What do you mean?
For its time, it was a first mover. It was the basis of a lot of creation, and it became a store of value. It's what email is to internet, if you will. right? If you put blockchain,
I'm not.
if Bitcoin is to blockchain is what email is to the internet, you can't call it stupid, man.
Well,
It's
no, but like, it's like
it's evolving.
No, but I'm not using stupid. It's up 5 million X. Okay.
That's a lot.
So I'm not calling it stupid from like I'm not saying it sucks. I'm saying that as a piece of software, it has very limited functionality. It doesn't, it literally, the only fucking thing you can do with it is cause your number to go down and someone else's number to go up. And that's it. The other shit that you can do with it, no one uses. Time locking, you don't make any rewards. So barely anyone uses it.
Yeah, okay. They're also keeping the thing low. The block low as well, and for various reasons.
I'm just saying that
they don't want people building on Bitcoin. I think because
it's an Excel spreadsheet that just burns a lot of electricity to keep it honest. That's all it fucking is. It's an Excel spreadsheet. It's not even that, because an Excel spreadsheet can actually do a lot more computation. And an Excel spreadsheet can do, to tell you the truth, Excel spreadsheets are actually Turing complete. So any computation can actually be done using Excel spreadsheet. Magic the Gathering, fucking playing cards are also Turing complete. So Bitcoin's not Turing complete. You can't fucking do anything with it. You can't do computation with it. You can't build hex on it. You can't do shit with it except make someone else's number go up by making your number go down. We call it a send. It's from a software perspective, it's stupid. The only interesting part about it is the part where it was kept honest and proof of work
and decentralized.
Sure, yeah. So why am I selling you this? When you understand what Bitcoin really is, it's just a fucking Excel spreadsheet that inflates so that people can make money keeping the network honest. That's all it is. That's it, and that's fine. That's an amazing
simplicity. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's simple, right? So now people from the legacy world, they look at it and they go, well, that's a Ponzi scheme. People buy in, and the only way they make money is if someone greater full buys higher. Is that true? Yes. Yes, that is true. That is how Bitcoin works. That is also how every stock works. Every stock works that same way, except maybe some that pay dividends or do buybacks. So unless you're in a stock that pays dividends or does buybacks, if the primary value accrual that you get in that stock is through value appreciation, it's from other plebs like you fucking buying it. So you have to understand that most of this finance is Ponzi-like, and that you must sell to a greater fool to receive fucking more. And Bitcoin is like that, and Hex is like that. And it's okay. It's okay. But people pretend that Bitcoin doesn't inflate. It does. And they pretend that so Bitcoin and Hex are the same thing. They're networks that store value, and they inflate to reward their users. In Bitcoin, the miners are inflated to destroy the environment for security. And in Hex, the stakers are paid inflation to hold the price up. They're both networks that inflate. One just has worse negative externalities because the miners sell coins to pay for that electricity to harm the environment. In Hex, we don't have block rewards paid to anybody. So there's no negative externality there. So the two systems are very, very similar. They store value, they transmit value, and one just pays stakers and the other pays miners. And then they're almost the fucking same. So like I put this on hex.com/tech specs, and anyone that's smart will learn about how Bitcoin actually works, and they'll learn how Hex works, and they'll see that they're very similar networks. But what happens is once you explain this to people, you're like, yes, they store and transmit value. They both inflate single digit. The difference is their inflation gets sold down and murders the price to pollute. Ours doesn't. So then they go, oh, well, sacrifice. But Bitcoin has high costs for sacrifice. And it's this fucking disgusting leftover mental hack that human beings have. The reason Mayans and Incans were doing fucking human sacrifice is because there's some part of the human at its base level that thinks that if you kill the shit out of someone else, that something good has to happen somewhere else. Like if we kill pretty virgin girls Well, now our bags have to pump, is what the fucking base, stupid human brain thinks. And so they think, oh, well, because the Bitcoin guys are destroying the environment and enriching these third world fucking weird countries with their weird megacorps, you want to mine? Go buy an American mining machine. Fuck yourself, you can't.
I'm
Okay.
sure there's a way to
You
make
wanna-
that energy into something else at some point. I'm sure they'll innovate on that, man. I'm pretty sure Elon Musk might have something to do with it.
No, you can't, because by definition, it has to be wasteful. That's the reason why it works, is because it's wasteful. It's a feature, it's not a bug, it's a feature. It has to be wasteful, or you can't trust the communication is truthful. The reason the communication is truthful is because you can't do it more than once.
Maybe you can run
because it
cars
costs
with
too
it.
much. Nah.
I think that Elon Musk, and this is just me speculating right now, I think there's more to than him buying 1.5 billion to Tesla than just buying 1.5 billion for Tesla.
There's not. You got to understand, PayPal was invented to make their own
True.
currency. When he invented PayPal, he was going to replace the US dollar. It was his original intention. And then it fell apart, but he's always had it out to replace the dollar with a digital currency. And he also memes like fuck, and he pumps Dogecoin harder than he pumps fucking Bitcoin, even though he bought 1.5 billion of it. So he's not exactly rational from that perspective either. So like, you know, when you're the richest guy in the world, you can do some slightly silly shit. You know what I mean? Yeah. Half his tweets are fucking silly. Really, they are. They're straight up comedy memes.
I like Elon though. I think he's funny as hell.
Yeah, I agree.
Rich just says. Sorry.
So just to finish the answer to this question, when I talk to smart people about Hex and I say, look, Bitcoin and Hex are fucking identical. Hex just has lower inflation than Bitcoin did for the first 10 years of existence, better security, more security audits, less attack surface, better price performance, cheaper transaction fees, more features at the software level. And they're like, yeah. But what does it do? But what function does it serve? You're like, what function does Bitcoin serve, dude? It's a fucking rock. All you can do is send.
What would you compare? What if you compared Hex to Bitcoin SV?
Look, well, I mean, it's a ghost chain. No one uses it for anything. It doesn't bring any unique features whatsoever. It's just yet another dumb token sending thing. Maybe someone tried to duct tape DeFi onto it. We already have better than that. Like ETH already does that, vastly better. Its founder is a person pretending to be Satoshi. That ain't good. You know, I've met people that do believe in it, and I feel bad about that because I've also met people
do you think
that
the
think
white
the Earth's
paper
flat.
portrays Bitcoin SV more than what Bitcoin became? And I'm not
Thought experiment.
It's not a trick question. Not a trick question. Just an honest question.
I think these questions are fine. These are totally honest and acceptable questions, and important questions. Let's pretend you're Satoshi. The vast majority of all of your wealth in the entire world is in the BTC ticker symbol. So you know what you decide to do? You decide, you know what? Fuck all my money. Fuck it. I hate all my money, and I hate what I worked so hard and so long to do. And also, fuck my anonymity that I also worked so long and hard for.
Oh, I'm not judging if Craig is Satoshi or not right now. I asked something else. The Bitcoin white paper, would it portray BSV more than Bitcoin currently?
The question is too weird for me to answer.
Okay,
so like,
I get asked this a lot: is Bitcoin or is Bitcoin SV Bitcoin? And my answer is, sure, the white paper might portray Bitcoin SV more as being Bitcoin right now, but I also believe that Bitcoin evolved and Bitcoin is Bitcoin, right? And it doesn't really matter. But my question is, do you agree with that or not? I'm not, because you're telling me about Hex being.
So let me unpack your question.
Please do.
I'm gonna try and clarify what I think you think you're asking me.
Let me rephrase it then. You were comparing Bitcoin to Hex And what I'm asking is, what happens if you compare Bitcoin SV to Hex?
So first of all, the Bitcoin white paper left out tons of very important shit, like the inflation rate isn't in the fucking white paper.
No.
The halvening isn't in the fucking white paper. The block size limit isn't in the fucking white paper.
Okay.
So I don't understand why anyone would like appeal to the white paper as like something that's important, because what's actually important is in the fucking code. The code was also written before the white paper.
Oh, agreed. I think Bitcoin evolves, but that's beside the point. I'm asking if I'm just asking if
the white paper was designed for a network that transmits value as peer-to-peer cash. The Bitcoin network has entirely failed to do that. The BSV network has entirely failed to do that. The BCH network has entirely failed to do that.
Why has it failed, or has it not happened yet?
Because there's no one fucking using it for anything.
Okay, if people were...
No one's using Bitcoin for anything in the retail side, and super duper no one's using any of the Bitcoin forks for anything.
If Bitcoin...
They've all failed.
If they were using BSV,
then it would suck less. I don't know.
Hypothetically. Okay. Now, let's compare Hex to BSV.
Sure. Yeah.
What similarities does this share, and what similarities does not share? And for everyone in the chat, I'm not attacking here. I'm just simply just...
No, it's fine. What's wrong with comparing two coins? This sounds like an honest fucking expenditure of someone's time. All right. So let's take a look at the BSV BTC chart.
Not price, I'm talking functionality.
Oh, so it's like, listen, I want some spaghetti, but in order to get it, we got to put dog shit all over it. But I just want to talk about the spaghetti, not the dog shit. No, the price is the only thing that matters, bro. The technology doesn't matter.
Well, when we compare...
Do you want to know what the BT? Do you want to know what the fucking the BTSV BTC chart looks like?
Oh, I know.
Okay, we'll tell everyone what it looks like.
We should.
Because it's down 90%.
Yeah.
In 1 year.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, do you think when they developed Bitcoin that they designed it so that you would buy it and you would lose 90% of your value in a year?
No.
Okay. So that's obviously not good. So you cannot talk about crypto without talking about the price, because the price is the only thing anyone gives a fuck about. The technology doesn't matter if the price chart sucks, period. If you're willing to hold for longer than 3 years and you have product market fit, then you can withstand a bear market. But there's some shit that just never gets back up, man.
So do you want to hypothetically talk about the functionality and compare it, or do you just want to close it at the price? I respect.
Well, bro, is BSV just still a fork of Bitcoin Cash, basically?
It is.
Is it just a fork of Bitcoin Cash?
I believe it is.
Okay, well then Bitcoin doesn't do smart contracts, doesn't do stable coins, doesn't do time locked deposits like Hex does, doesn't do options, doesn't do fucking anything. It's just a shittier Bitcoin with less retail acceptance, less price performance, less retail on-ramps, less security, less developers, and associated with someone that is a habitual liar, and his mother will tell you that he's a habitual liar.
Now I'm wondering how many questions opened up for this debate, because it's interesting.
So if you want something that's infinitely shittier than Bitcoin, which is already shitty enough from a technical perspective. So basically here's what Bitcoin forks do. Hey guys, we don't have any original ideas at all. So we're just going to fork, like Hex is full of original ideas. Fucking full.
I agree with you. On that.
The Bitcoin fork guys are just like, yo, we're just going to copy this shit and we're going to change a couple parameters because that makes our lives easy and cuts our fucking time to market by like a couple years. So yeah, we're going to have higher throughput. And so now that we have no users doing anything, now those users that were doing nothing and paying nothing to do so can do a lot more nothing for the same price of zero. Do you want to know how much money in fees is paid on all those fucking ghost chains? It's like $100 a day in fees total, literally. So if you've got infinite empty blockchains where the only amount of money that anyone's paying in fees is like $100 total across the whole network the whole day, why do you need more infinite empty free blockchains? They're already 99% empty, all of them. So you're not addressing anything anybody cares about. Blockchains don't need more throughput. They need more users. unless you're Bitcoin or Ethereum currently. Every other blockchain in the fucking world, all of them, unless your software is failing, like Dogecoin, you need more fucking users. You don't need more throughput. So anything that's like, yeah, we have more throughput, especially the dumbest, useless throughput that doesn't do DeFi or anything interesting. Dog shit. Like, I know how to fork Bitcoin. Hey, let's just, there's literally fucking scripts that will just create Bitcoin forks for you for free. You can just download. Like, you can have all the fucking Bitcoin forks you want. They all go to zero against Bitcoin. On the BTC versus any Bitcoin fork chart is absolutely disgusting. Will make you throw up, and it doesn't matter what the fork is. Period.
All right. Richard says you can't spend BTC. Could it be that the real value of crypto is in creating collateral for low interest loans? Have BTC get fiat loan at low interest and payback loan, but at which bank? ? From Yino.
Well, you can already get loans against your crypto if you want, but you could have also just sold your crypto and got a loan against what you sold it for.
You go to Zappo to do that shit, I think.
It ain't no free fucking lunch, man.
No.
When you get loans, you're taking risk. And if the fucking market goes against you, that risk gonna bite you in the ass. There ain't no free lunch. So you're basically like taking a leverage long. You're like, okay, I'm gonna get a loan so I don't have to sell my crypto, which really means I'm leveraged long because I have money now that I don't really have. And that's just what leverage long means. And then if you get liquidated, you lose the fucking money. You're like, I took on leverage in order to hold my crypto instead of selling it to have this money. And then the market moved against me, and now I have to pay back my loan by selling my shit. And it's just like a weird form of being leverage long. Like getting a crypto loan is the same as being leverage long, basically. So it's just extra risk because you're guessing the market's going to stay flat or go up. But if the market goes down, you're going to have to sell your shit when you have to meet your margin call. So it's like, I mean, oh, by the way, as far as payments go, I don't give a fuck about payments. I don't care about payments. Store of value is worth way more, but you can't have a store of value when your price chart looks like cancer, Like no one wants to buy a horrible price chart. They just don't.
Bluebum is asking, instead of margin trading, why not just make a decentralized order book where people can bet on the price going up or down?
Yeah, we already have that. I already told you how to use it.
Yeah.
It's called 0xv3. There's a V4 out. I don't know any front ends for it yet. Hex is the majority of fucking orders on it. And you can access it at matcha, matcha.xyz. Or you can kind of use it on 1inch.exchange or 1inch.eth.link if you click the limits tab. But their fucking cancel orders button doesn't work unless you install the legacy compatibility version of MetaMask. So just use match.xyz and make your life a little easier. And then if you want to see the order book, you got to go to bamboorelay.com. And then it doesn't work on the Hex USDC pair for some fucking reason, but it works on the Hex WETH pair. Early days, but the shit works. It does actually work. Distributed order book's already done.
Robert McLeod says, question, any chance we can add a message or note to our stake? I have one stake built for my daughter's college fund and would love to note that on the stake.
You can send messages to Ethereum addresses. I think the way you do that's called BitMessage, but I'm not totally sure. So you could send a message to an Ethereum address. You would have to look into the specifics because I've never done it. But you can't, there's no other way that I know of to do that.
A market buy of $100 million right now will do what to the Hex price?
The liquidity spread across Uniswap version 2, USDC and ETH pairs is about, I believe, $4 million of liquidity total, which is about $2 million on the bid side, which means that putting in 100 million would be a 50x on the bid, which means the price would 50x squared, which is like 2500x the price. I'll check my math. Maybe it's 250x, but I'll check it. I think it's 2500. Oh, yeah, it's 2500x, mate. So if someone put in 50 million right now, the price would 250x if they spread it across both pools. But price could retrace if people sell into it. We've also seen it where someone just market buys a bunch and the price keeps going up. We've seen it happen both ways. We've seen it dump after and we've seen it pump after. So,
All right. Hex2 says, can you ask if Richard knew the fees were going to be so high, would he have still launched on Ethereum?
yep, I still would have.
Why?
Because
my question. Because Ethereum.
If we had launched on something else, would you have got free uni tokens that were worth thousands? Nope. Would you have gotten free 1-inch tokens that were worth, I don't know, maybe thousands? No. Would you have got free torn tokens? No. Would you have 100% uptime, perfectly working network, be it expensive, still 100% uptime? Perhaps not. You know, it was 100% the right decision. And as I said then, as I say now, if it sucks bad enough, the community can get its shit together and move. It's movable. You can airdrop the system state to a new substrate, particularly easy if one supports the Solidity code that's already written. So it's doable. Like Hex did a 352x in a year with 100% fucking uptime, while everything else around it was getting its ass kicked and failing left and right, with founders going to jail left and right. OKX founder, jail, withdrawals suspended for a month. BitMEX founders, jail, some are on the run. Arthur's on the run. How's Hex doing? Hex is doing fucking amazing. That's what's up.
All right, next question. VR blockchain says, is multi-chain a possibility for Hex?
With encapsulated stakes, sure. But if you really want to keep your core accounting on one system, you do not want, because what happens, it's a computational issue of locking. So in order for your system to operate properly, it needs all of the data. If it doesn't get all of the data, it can't do its computation properly. So for instance, what percentage of the coins are staked today? Who is staked and who is not? You must know that in order to properly pay people. And if you start to divide that logic up against different chains, when one chain has a fuck up, and sometimes they do, you break the whole system because it's waiting, locked for that input, and it can't do anything without that input. So you really want all of your core logic in a single, reliable, 100% uptime system. And Ethereum is the best of those, period. And if you want to fuck around and have higher throughput or lower fees, do so in encapsulated systems on the side that can fail or not, and it doesn't affect everything, So when, if your cable modem goes down, the rest of the internet doesn't give a shit. So, layer 2 is the way to go, or side chains, other chains.
I have a curious question for Alex, my editor. How many people are watching this live stream? How many people are watching the live stream on Richard Hart's channel? Can you check, please? And I really think everyone should click that like button, by the way. We've been doing this for, 3 hours and 17 minutes so far. That's insane. You gotta hit the like button.
Yeah, dude. Smash the like. There's 774 on my YouTube channel.
How many?
767.
All right, that's awesome. All right. I see concurrent viewers here, 217. I'm not sure if that's the viewers I'm having right now or if that's something else.
Yeah, that's you, man.
That's me. Oh, yeah, okay, good. Okay.
Yeah. It's a lot.
Yeah, it's good. It's more than I've ever had.
I mean, it's not as much as the Elon Musk scammers get, but hey, if you pay bot networks to watch you, you can have a lot.
I don't use botnets or anything like that.
If you did, you'd have more than 267.
CryptoFact, can you ask Richard to explain the good accounting feature in Hex?
Sure. Good accounting is basically if you want to defer your income tax, if you live in a jurisdiction where minting coins could be a taxable event, then running good accounting doesn't mint coins. It just does the good accounting feature, which prevents you from getting penalized. So if you want to, as a tax deferral idea, not mint coins. Now look, I'm not an accountant, not a lawyer. I don't give tax advice. Figure that shit out on your own. We also, there's a chat room where people talk about governments, t.me/hex crypto gov, or no, hex crypto gov, no hex, just crypto gov. You go there and talk about your governments. Some people talk about taxes. Yeah, so good accounting, just, if your stake ends, you run it, and then it makes it so you never get any penalties. Unless you already got penalties, and then it's just going to stop them from like increasing. And then if you want, you can come along and run the end stake function, which will mint your coins at any time you want. So it just is a way to defer, the minting of coins if you want to, which some people may find benefit from, not needing a taxable event in their life at a certain time, or maybe having that taxable event at another day, if it is taxable where you live,
All right. Hex Therapy live question. Is it more likely that Satoshi is Elon Musk or Paul Leroux or Hal Finney? Is BSV trying to decrypt Satoshi's key encryption, not Bitcoin itself?
Hal Finney is not Satoshi. I don't think Paul Leroux is Satoshi, or he would have used the network for his illegal business. He would have accepted the payments in his currency for his legal business, I would assume. What else? Yeah, I think Satoshi is by the way the code was written and by the spelling analysis and the timing of his post analysis, I think he was a college kind of professor kind of guy that worked in the UK and built BTC in his free time.
I think it was a team of people.
Nah, there's no way. Teams of people respond to text in different ways, and they respond at times that are not consistent.
I mean, people involved. I think he had help. I don't think he built it himself. That's what I meant.
Nah, that code's not even that good, mate. It's like, I don't think there was a team. I think it was one dude. I mean, that's also consistent because if it was a team, at least one of those bastards might keep making like improvement proposals, but no one is.
When are you going to run for president?
I would run for president if I could win. I don't think I can win. So it's like, it's just you got to look at your expected value, right? So would my life be better if I was president? I would probably get laid less. So that's worse. I'd probably get to do what I want less. So that's worse. Probably get insulted even more. I don't know. It's like, yeah, I'll do the job. I think I'd do good at it, but I don't think I'm getting elected.
I think somebody made a grave mistake. And I need more questions to be sent to me, by the way, from Alex. Please go through to see if you missed any questions. If you have any questions, keep asking. No holds barred. Someone said there's no... This is like really bad. I don't like this. There's no difference between McDonald's or Wendy's. It's the same thing. I don't know what
That's not true.
Talking about. It's not true. The bacon mushroom melt I would die for. I miss it. It closed in Greece. And I really miss the bacon mushroom melt from Wendy's.
I mean, fuck. I love the chicken parmesan from Wendy's when they had it.
I mean, come on.
The baked potato tastes delicious. Can't get a baked potato anywhere else. I go down, like, Wendy's is tasty as fuck, man.
Yeah, you can't compare it. Like, McDonald's has a few things that are iconic. I can't compare.
Frosty.
Wendy's is Wendy's.
Can't get a Frosty from McDonald's. Now I'm hungry.
You
now.
can get a. You can get a. Whatchamacallit though? What's that?
Yeah, but a milkshake's different. A milkshake and a Frosty are just different.
I like the milkshake.
You can eat a Frosty with a spoon, and you're not gonna have a good time eating a milkshake with a spoon. It's gonna be harder.
True. In England, we had Wimpy's, which I used to love. And anybody from the UK, do we still have Wimpy's in the UK? I haven't been there for years, man. Someone's talking about McRib. Milk rib's okay. In Greece, we had.
I mean,
Greek
hell, I
mackerel.
liked when Subway had the fucking lobster rolls, man. Oof, those
What's
were
your
good.
favorite? What's your favorite fast food, dude?
I'm a fat piece of shit. I like basically all fast food.
It's all
I
good,
like
right?
Arby's. Arby's is my fucking
I've never
favorite,
had
dude.
Arby's. I live in
I
Greece.
love
Never had
Arby's.
Arby's. Don't know what that
Chicken
is.
bacon Swiss and fucking French dip and just, I don't even like, I love me some Arby's, man. Drown that shit in cheddar.
Do you travel though?
COVID makes it a little harder.
Yeah,
But
true.
yeah, I travel.
When you're gonna come to Greece, man? I asked you last time. You're still not here, bro. What is this?
I'll drink some ouzo with you. You can,
Yeah, man,
you
come
can
on.
make me regret drinking again.
Someone's like, just buy a steak. The damn fish sandwich from Wendy's.
I'm actually offended that someone said that Wendy's and McDonald's are the same.
I know. I'm like,
I'm angry
what?
now.
Alex, ban both these people, man.
Like,
You can't say that. We just opened. We have a Burger King opened in Greece recently, and I've had Burger King all because I used to go to Bulgaria, Poland, other places. So I've had Burger King
Yeah, yeah.
before, but in Greece we opened up recently, and it doesn't taste like the Burger King in other places. Just like KFC in Greece tastes different from KFC in England and different from KFC in Bulgaria. I know the
they're
Greek
using
one
different
is,
ingredients, It's like,
I know the Greek one is healthier, but the Bulgarian one tastes better.
yeah, dude. Usually the shit that's not healthy tastes better.
Mm.
Health does not taste that great in general.
Unless you're talking about steak. If you're
I guess. I just had a badass steak today.
Greek souvlaki.
Leftovers.
Greek souvlaki.
Had the foie gras on top.
Man,
Damn, it was good, man.
I'm
Cream
getting hungry.
spinach,
What time is it
baked
there?
potato, mushrooms, bacon, onions. Just fucking, I had everything, man. It was delicious.
What time is it there?
Can't tell you. OPSEC.
Sorry?
I don't tell anyone where I live. I don't tell
Oh,
anyone where I live.
why are you wearing
Like
a watch
top
then?
secret 007. It's just jewelry. I don't ever mind it.
Got you, man. Got you.
I don't even know what it shows. Like,
I didn't know you were being secretive about where you live, man. Wasn't sure.
yeah, dude. In crypto, people are cocksuckers, dude. Like, you can't. People be like, "Oh, give me money, please, give me money." No.
Oh yeah,
Fuck
okay. I
off.
get, but
Ask Bill Gates for
don't
money.
you get that all the time anyway?
Usually, I don't know. Actually, people are scared to ask me for money for some reason because they know I'm gonna tell them to fuck off. I guess, probably. It's like if you're having trouble in your life and shit, and you come to me with a story, I'm probably gonna block you. But it's like if I decide to start giving away my money to people that need money, people that don't have phones or internet access probably need my money more than your ass being able to
Agreed.
reach out and contact me, And people that are missing their arms and legs and eyes and shit, probably hook those dudes up before you, whatever the fuck your problem is. If I decided to start handing my money out,
Yeah. Let me see if I got any more questions come through. Probably make it some fast food questions or something. Wait. Oh, I got questions coming.
I'm looking at Arby's right now on the goddamn screen, dog, and it looks so good.
Richard,
It looks so good.
Kingfish, Richard, and new things coming to Hex. Don't get that. I don't understand what you're saying.
I don't get it.
Therapy. If rephrase your question, Kingfish. Okay. How can streamers increase their operational security? VPN tips.
Air gaps. So like this computer,
Yeah.
I just stream with it. That's it. If Mr. Paul decides to hack me, have fun hacking my streaming computer, bro. So, you just air gaps, isolate, put your seed words at a bank.
Exactly.
Cut your
email.
seed words
Different
up,
email
put them in a
address.
safe deposit box. Like, you don't need to fucking.
Yeah, I agree.
Like if someone kicks your door down, steals all your shit, are you good or not? Is that easy? So just be ready for someone to kick your fucking door in, basically.
I have a shotgun. He'll go out with the wall.
There you go. Yeah.
And the pit bull, which is growing. No, I live in a secure area, man. Hey, Richard, if Hex did 353x in a bear market, is it reasonable to say that it could do the same thing in a bull market? Reasonable is a subjective word.
You live in a world where Dogecoin just did a 30x.
Yeah.
has no devs, no progress, no news, is not a secure network. This is the world that you live in. So some total dog shit could do a 30x. Imagine what a good thing could do. So I mean the potential in Hex is astounding. Is really astounding. So and the good news is like I'm happy to see people get shaken out. I see people like I just saw a whale, cashing out like 600 or 700K over the last week.
Yeah, we're getting some good questions now, by the way.
You're like, cool, you'll buy higher. Fine. So a lot of people, they sell and then they end up buying back higher when the price doesn't dip as much as they wish. And then they're like, oh shit, the market's leaving me behind,
Do you think Satoshi Nakamoto doesn't show himself because he might have lost his keywords? Keywords? Maybe his...
Nah, I think he's dead.
Yeah.
I think he's dead, homie.
KP, what wallet do you recommend?
Who the fuck's KP?
KP is a name.
Oh, that's his name. The question asker, dude. Okay. For what? Hex? I think MetaMask is the way to go for Hex. You could check out staker.app. It'll allow you to use Hex without MetaMask. Yeah. I guess you could use Trust Wallet or Coinbase Wallet as well, but MetaMask, I think, is the premier experience.
What do you think of this wallet, man? The Ballet wallet, the crypto wallet that has. Have you seen it before?
I think that you hope they don't have your private keys, bro.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't they?
I had a discussion with Bobby Lee on my channel about that, actually.
And he told you a lot of words that made you think. He might trust that he doesn't either, but that doesn't mean that he's right.
They're doing half the encryption in one country and the wallet actual thing in another.
Bro, someone prints something to you and tells you to load it up with money, and that look, it's a cool story. I heard the story from him in person as well. Yeah. So Bobby hooked me up with some of them fucking things as well, in person in Estonia. I was giving a talk there, and yep, I ain't putting no money on them things, man. Because I don't care to hear about all that extra complexity bullshit. I don't care about any of that shit. I will generate my own keys that only I have, and I don't need to hear no long ass story about, oh yeah, we generated the keys, but we don't really have them. Oh, you don't? Great. I don't need to hear your story about why you don't. I don't give a fuck. I'm making my own keys.
I think it's a cool novelty gift wallet, though. Anyway,
maybe.
Maybe. I think it has some.
I mean, look, hey, maybe it works out fine. But look, we know that the Casacious coins never got hacked, and the Casacious coins worked fine, and they're using some of the same technology to their shit fine. Maybe it works.
Yeah.
Maybe, right? But why take the risk? If you're taking the risk to hand shit to people, fine. But you know what else you could do? Just hand them a wallet on their phone, and then you keep the seed words. And then when their dumbasses lose the words, you have the words, and you can regenerate it for them. Like, it's another optional, like, viable thing, right? Because if you give them that card and they lose the card, they lose their money, right? Yeah. So you got to be backing up the fucking keys for them anyway. Because when you give people crypto, they lose it. They're stupid.
Yeah, but
that's how it is.
What OPSEC for Clubhouse? Any recommendations?
If I had good Clubhouse OPSEC, I already have a fucking Clubhouse account. So apparently you got to have an iPhone, and apparently they can only invite you to your fucking phone number. So then you got to get a new fucking phone number, and it's just like, if you figure out OPSEC for fucking Clubhouse, please let me know so that I can have a fucking Clubhouse account. Thank you.
Yeah. Huddle Dog is asking, what Huddle Dog? I like that name. I actually own huddlenomics.com. I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet. Huddle Dog is asking...
Probably going to forget it and let it expire.
Sorry?
You're going to forget it and let it expire is what's most likely.
Huddlenomics? Yeah, I mean, that happens to most of my domain names, though.
Yeah. I know how it goes, brother.
I have a whole bunch of crypto. Anyway, it doesn't matter. What camera do you use, Richard?
This is an A7R4. I'd love to get an A7 an A1 that just came out, but I don't have time. You can't just go to the store. You have to like order it. It does a bunch of shit that is totally unnecessary and I don't need. Like I don't need 4K 120
Yeah.
since I shoot at 4K 25. But it sounds cool.
Yeah.
You know?
I'd rather get another lens than another camera before I get another. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I have an A7 III that's just for your stream to me. And then for the public, I have a A7 R4. I'm sorry, not A7. I have an A7S. Sorry, not an A7 III. A7S.
I'm actually using a web camera. I have,
good.
I obviously have cameras, but I mean, music video director, but
it
I
looks
just use
great.
a webcam. Well,
I think
it's
it looks great.
It's the lighting.
Yeah, yeah.
Paul, do you have a Twitter handle? Yes, I do. It's MC Paul D. Which you could also.
If people want me to brag about my camera setup, it's a 50mm f1.4, which is like a 2,000 euro lens, I think. And then a A7R4, and then a 422 capture card. Yeah, I think the capture setup is like $6,000 or $7,000 or something. Totally stupid, not necessary at all.
Yeah.
Totally not necessary.
I actually have a Canon 80D and also an M50, and then if I need anything for anything else, I rent them or I go to the production house because it's not worth.
You don't, man. Your phone does 4K better than you'd ever need it. Shit, as long as you're not going.
Yeah, it depends. Yeah, okay, depends what you use it for. True.
No. I mean, look, I got more gear than I need, and I just know that it's actually not necessary at all.
Not for YouTube, no. This may have been answered, but what can ETH do to resolve the high tax fees? Hex users with many stakes, it can be a pain to do anything with it when it's finished.
If you already have stakes, you're just stuck, bro. You wait until Sunday at like 2 a.m. and this shit gets cheap, the gas. Someone in chat's like, try it. I think EST, but check it.
EST?
Yeah, Eastern Standard Time. So like there's a chart of cheap times for gas prices on hex.vision. So if you go to hex.vision and
is that just for Hex or general gas?
No, it's for all. It's just all gas prices. It's a chart of gas
I'm actually
by day.
writing this down. Maybe I can use it for my gas transactions.
Yeah, dude. Go to hex.vision and it's a chart of gas by hour by day. The prices. So
awesome, dude.
If someone in chat's like, try the Zeiss Otis series. Hey, bro, you know the Zeiss Otis doesn't have fucking autofocus? Did you know that? Well, now you do.
Doesn't have autofocus?
They make this really, really awesome lenses called the Zeiss Otis. They're just like gigantic and as good optical quality as you can get in a 35mm format. However, they don't have autofocus. And they're also all primes, yeah. So I need autofocus because my head moves and I'm shooting at f1.4.
Yeah.
So his advice sucks. Your advice is useless. I'm just bragging that I know about devices, but anyway.
Question. I'm not sure who is this question for, but what do you like about Sony versus Canon versus Nikon? Nikon is for me. Can I answer this?
Go ahead.
And then you can answer. For me, Nikon is more for pictures, maybe. Canon has better colors or different colors, but it really is a preference with Sony. I'm just used to Canon, so I use Canon. But if you want to live stream, then you want to go Sony because of the time limits and stuff like that. Richard?
So Sony has, like, Canon used to have the best color. It would be a little bit warmer, a little bit more magenta. Sony is still kind of a little bit green. You only care about that if you're not doing your own LUTs and color stuff in post-production. I don't do any post-production. Yeah. I don't even cut off the beginning of the videos from fucking around getting it set up because I just have better shit to do with my time. Yeah. Fuck it, hit fast forward. So Canon's color theory used to be better. Sony's color theory is just about as good now, and you can just adjust it yourself manually. So you can make it a little more magenta if you like, which is what I usually do. And then now they've got the Cinetone profile, which is basically perfect now. They just, I think, released that for the A7S3s like maybe yesterday or the day before, and it's already in the A1, which I think is like a $6,000 or $7,000 camera. And so now, like if you're shooting on like an FX6 or any other really pro line stuff, you can use the same colors across all of them. Sony has the highest, like if you wanted to shoot 4K in body or 8K in body, so the A1 does 8K, which is another cool thing I like. So I don't have any 8K TVs, but if I had an 8K in body camera, I would have an 8K TV. So if you shoot 8K on a Canon, your shit overheats fast and it doesn't cool down soon enough for you to use it again. If you shoot Sony 8K, you could shoot for hours and you're fine. No fucking problem. So if you want to shoot 8K in camera for like $7,000, really the Sony A1 is the only way to go. Like period.
I like the 6600.
Yeah, that's a great camera too. It's great for streaming, you know?
Yeah.
Like they're all good. Like they're all really fucking good.
It's mostly the lens and how you use it and what you use it for. But
Yeah.
everything's the lens.
Lighting and framing and
and lighting, of course.
You being a creative person.
Better lights.
Yep. I agree. But it's just tool worship. I have 100 keyboards. I have, you know, I've got a 5D Mark II from 10 years ago. It still works great.
Yeah.
I have a fucking, A7R4, A7R2, A7S. I'd love to get an A1, but I'm just busy doing other shit. But like, when's the last time I actually shot anything with my camera? Like basically the only workout that A1 would get is if I have a fun person over that wants to shoot fun videos.
Got it.
Like, that's the only shit that 8K is getting used for.
Could CFD help with anti-aging?
I was going to launch this token called CFD, Computational Fluid Dynamics, and it was just too fucking hard. It was a way to try and make the wasteful proof of work more useful. So you take a little bit of a hit on security, which in reality you're not taking any hit, but in theory there might be some hit because you could reduce the cost of an attack by selling the work on the side. Anyway, yes, we're burning millions and millions and millions of dollars of electricity to literally do nothing. So wouldn't it be cool if we could burn millions and millions of dollars of electricity to do anything useful at all? Yes, it would be great. So if we could be doing, you know, computation for protein folding or fucking nearly anything at all, it'd be better than just raw SHA-256 fuckery, which is what Bitcoin is. So it was just too hard to do. So, you know, yeah, it's still a great idea, but it's a smaller market and it's a harder problem. So I took the larger, more profitable, easier problem with Hex instead of, you know, the harder, less profitable problem.
I got Robert Lucas asking, when is Richard going to hire a PR agent to get him more interviews like Joe Rogan, Lex Fridman?
It would be smart of me to have a PR agent because I am fun to talk to and I do interview well and I do have perfect.
Dude, you're amazing.
Used to be perfect production quality. This one's fucked up for some reason, but the production quality last time was absolutely great, you know? So yeah, like, and I am capable of saying nice things about Bitcoin. It is the most liquid market. It is up 10x in a year. What more do you want? If you need liquidity and you like a 10x in a year, Bitcoin's running real good, you know? Like, yeah, who are they interviewing that's a more fun interview?
No, let me, why, you haven't live streamed on your channel for a while though. What's up with that, man?
Every time, so like when I do these live streams, the people that are in Hex, they have heard this same shit 100 times. They know the answers to all these questions already. I see them in chat literally saying, it's funny watching Richard answer these questions because I already know what he's going to say.
Yeah, yeah.
Literally in my chat, I see this shit. So if I can do things that are evergreen content, so as good as this interview is, I am not sure how long it will remain useful. But if I write the rebuttals list, or if I get, if I find a couple of good fucking devs, or if like, you know, there's these, if I just get these couple other things, that shit has explosive potential, you know, like a Grayscale competitor, something like that. Any of those things has massive, massive, massive potential. The live streams, it's okay. You know, it's okay. And I should probably do them more often. But
Yeah, it's fun.
I got other shit I'm focused on right now, you know?
Anything interesting we can know about?
Well, I mean, I'm on the phone with lawyers all the time about a Grayscale competitor. Now look, in Hex, we don't do expectation of others for profit. So I always have to hedge this. Just because I'm saying I'm doing some shit, it don't mean it's going to happen, right? You want something to happen, you do it yourself. So I think a Grayscale competitor that offered Hex encapsulated 15-year stakes would be fucking fabulous. I think it would on-ramp people. They'd buy Hex and they would never sell it. I just think it'd be really awesome. I think margin trading so that people could get wrecked shorting Hex would be fucking awesome. And I've been waiting on that forever. I think layer 2 to help relieve this gas fees of 15-year encapsulated stakes on other networks would be very good, because we could get some goodwill from other networks. Like, okay, we built on your platform, you know, and look, there's actual utility on your platform now. Like, you know, there's something to do with it. You know, it'd be nice. So fiat on-ramp, margin trading, layer 2 encapsulation. I think those are the biggest things I care about, and the rebuttals list. Because every single thing someone has said about Hex in a negative light, we have already got a wonderful answer for. And we just need to give the community I've already given all the answers. They just need to be conglomerated into a nice little sheet, you know? So it's like Richard Hart sucks. No, actually, Richard Hart's a nice guy. Self-help book, self-help channel. Go look at his oldest YouTube videos, see what he really cares about. You can't give him money. He never tried to sell you a program. He just told you how to get rich for free the way he did it. And then, you know, like on through the list. You just do that for every idea. Oh, low liquidity. Nope, low liquidity is awesome. It's maximum opportunity. And it's even asymmetrical. There's more bids than the asks. And then every single person that's in the Hex community should have a little page that they can go to. And when someone's shit talking, you're just like, liquidity.
Yeah.
Origin address owns too much. Oh, it does? And I'll cover that one real quick, because I'm sure someone in chat asked. How much does... So Elon Musk posted on Twitter, I'm worried about the central... I'm paraphrasing because it's not exactly. I'm worried about the centralization in Dogecoin. I will give you my full support if you guys sell your bags or something along those lines. This is interesting. Elon Musk is worried about centralization and ownership. What percentage of Tesla does Elon Musk own? 20%. Oh my God. I am worried about the centralization. He owns 20%? That's too centralized for me. See, even the richest man in the world can be fucking stupid. Centralization and ownership works wonderfully well for everything. Everything. Who do you think owns everything in the United States? The 1% own half of everything, everywhere, globally. So what fucking fantasy is this, where the socialists come, who've never done a good thing in their lives, and they're like, fuck capitalism, fuck what works. We have some new idea. We're going to decentralize the ownership. How much does Jeff Bezos own of Amazon? And how's Amazon doing, bitches? How much does Zuckerberg own of Facebook? And bitches, how is Facebook doing? It's doing fucking fabulous. Just like all the other massively centralized owned things in the world, which is everything. Everything is massively centrally fucking owned, including Bitcoin. I can list you 10% of the Bitcoin holders in these hands right fucking here. Oh, and here's, by the way, another wonderful argument. So even the world's richest man doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Centralized ownership is wonderful. Check out his stock price that he owns 20% of. Going just fine. Did better than Bitcoin last year, by the way. So, making fun of Elon Musk. Why does centralized ownership work so well? Because all you broke pleb motherfuckers sell. That's why. Because you need to sell, because there's shit you want to buy. Look at me. I ain't buying shit. Y'all motherfuckers are buying shit because y'all is selling. You see? I'm already rich. I don't need to sell nothing. You broke motherfuckers need to sell. So the rich people are happy to get fucking richer. So let's take Indian dude. Not Balaji. Not Naval. The other one. Who's the other Indian dude?
I can't remember his name. It's
Fuck.
with an S.
Chamath.
Chamath.
Paliptaya. That guy. He owns 1% of the goddamn Bitcoin.
Yeah.
The Winklevoss twins own 1% or 2%.
Huge point.
Draper owns 1%. The Chinese government owns 1% if they successfully seize the Plus token Ponzi's holdings. Michael Saylor Company owns 1%. Grayscale owns 3%. Hey, motherfuckers, guess what? I found some centralization. I found it. And if Bitcoin takes over the global world economy and it's all of the fucking value in the world, those guys own 10% of everything.
It works that way anyway.
Socialists are very
angry. It always
angry.
goes down, you know?
No, it doesn't. Satoshi, by the way, owns 5%. And his shit never went down.
No, I'm saying
an
that
inch.
if you give everybody the same amount of money, it'll end up that there'll be a few people owning a lot of it anyway. It's just the way it works.
Yes. But these fucking plebs that I have to educate that think they know shit, they've never been successful in their fucking life. They think they know shit. And I guess they can't harm them because even the dumb richest man in the world thinks he knows shit too. In this case, he's wrong. Centralized ownership works amazingly well for everything, everywhere, always. Period. And everything has that structure. Everywhere, always. Period. And the opposite of that, socialism, doesn't fucking work and has never worked. Period. The only reason you hear about this shit is because people get confused. In decentralized cryptocurrencies, there is value in the distribution and decentralization of the mining nodes and the network. That is it. There's no goddamn value to the distribution of the ownership. Does not. The most centralized shit pumps the hardest. See Bitcoin. See Tesla. See Amazon. See fucking Facebook. Centralized ownership motherfucking pumps. It's the only thing that works. Seriously, go look at any altcoin. The top 100 addresses, how much they hold. The top 100 addresses in like every altcoin own like 90% of the supply, always, except in Hex. So like, people are just fucking stupid, and I have to like educate the shit out of them. It's crazy.
Give me liberty of give me Hex. Paul, are you aware how much Hex is being sent to your ETH address? I have no idea. I'm going to check after the stream and make a video about and stake the way I said I'm going to stake, and keep my promise. So I have no idea.
Well, remember how it worked out for
somebody wants to
BitBoy.
check, that's the address.
BitBoy got $369 a Hex.
Yeah, and he sold it for
$60,000
$60,000
later for 60 grand.
Like he told me you gave it to him in an interview. I'm like, I'm like, he did? I'm like, Richard never gave me anything.
You got fucked up, Paul. You got fucked up. Bad timing, mate.
Yeah, man. All right. Paul, can you ask Richard if he has or interested in reaching out to Robert Kiyosaki to introduce new Hex users?
Get me good interviews, please. I'm ready.
Robert
Paul
Kiyosaki,
is awesome.
I'm a
He ain't
Robert
got no
Kiyosaki
viewers.
fan. Have you ever read his
Paul's a
book?
great interview. He just ain't got no followers.
Sorry?
I ain't got no followers either.
Have you read Rich Dad Poor Dad?
Nah, I don't fuck with
It's
that
a good
shit.
book. And he's got another book
Kiyosaki's
with
out there
Donald
sucking
Trump
silver
called-
dick. Buy silver, buy silver, buy silver.
No,
this is silver.
It's got another book with
There you go.
Donald Trump saying why we want you to be rich. It's a pretty cool book, actually.
Well, I'm glad he wants me to be rich because I'm rich. I've been rich since I retired in 2003, motherfucking 20 years ago. So yeah, like my 20 years of retirement. Thanks, Mr. Kiyosaki. I'm glad you wanted it for me.
You don't like Kiyosaki?
Man, if I see people shilling Twitter, like he's just shilling silver on Twitter constantly.
Gold
It's a
and
shitty
Bitcoin
metal.
as well.
Yeah,
Silver, gold, and
but
Bitcoin.
stop with the
and he
silver.
shills Bitcoin a lot more than
Silver
anything
sucks.
else.
I'm wearing it. I'm wearing a lot of it. It's not a good investment. It's just
I
not.
don't. I think silver is Never gonna be as good as gold, forever.
We have something better than both of these pieces of shit. It's called Bitcoin or any other crypto with product market fit. Why are you fucking around with the
I can
ancient
understand,
shit?
but
Like,
I can understand gold, but in order to move around silver,
bro, gold is worth less now than it was 10 years ago. I'm sick of people telling me about it. Like, gold cost more 10 years ago. Let me pull up the chart for you.
Why does gold cost more now than 10 years ago? Explain.
It doesn't. It costs less than 10 years ago.
Okay, why?
Because no one wants that shit. Like,
well, what was the price of gold 10 years ago?
$2,000. And now it's like 1850 or some shit.
I reached all-time highs again. It might pass by.
Yeah, it went up by like $100 over. I'm pulling up the chart, man.
Don't you think there's no place in gold at all?
No place for gold, you mean?
Yeah.
Look, bro, this shit, you lost money if you bought it 10 years ago till now. That's not acceptable. In the everything bubble, when everything's at new all-time highs, Bitcoin's at new all-time highs, the S&P 500 is at new all-time highs, everything's at new all-time highs. Is motherfucking gold at new all-time highs? No. Is that acceptable? After waiting a decade when everything is being printed out the fucking ass? No, it's horrible. So here's a chart. Gold oh, it's not even 1850. It's 1787. It's not. I was making fun of how shit it. I was making fun of how shit it was. It's even shittier than I thought. So let me zoom out. Okay. Gold in August of 2011, September of 2011, topped out at $1,920. Gold is today $1,788. 10 years later. Fuck gold. Fuck it. I'm not waiting 10 years to lose money, bro. What? Do you want to know what Bitcoin did in 10 years? 5 million X. Gold, lose money. Bitcoin, 5 million X. Easy decision. Easy. I don't know, like, so by the way, it's top. It went up to, in August of 2020, it peaked at 2075. So if you bought the top at September of 2011 and you held 10 years, you made 8%. And then if you didn't sell the exact top to make your 8% in 10 years, you fucking lost. You're in the. It's a piece of shit. The price chart is all that fucking matters, man. And the price chart fucking sucks. What can I tell you? In the everything market, when they're printing money out of thin air and everything's reaching new all-time highs all the fucking time.
This is where gold
Why are you
should
gonna
shine,
hold this?
Pun intended.
Right. Yes. Like, period. Sucks. Fuck gold. And fuck silver. Let's look up the silver chart.
Lily's asking.
I haven't even looked at the silver chart, but I'm just gonna assume it's a piece of rancid shit. Oh, it is. Here it is. So if you bought silver in 2011, March, you pay $50. Now it's $27. You lost half your money for waiting 10 fucking years. Congrats. Now the silver guys would be like, oh, but it just pumped. It just pumped over the last year. A 2x. Wow, a 2x. Yeah. A 2x. That's funny because Hex does a 2x like every other fucking week. So yeah, I can't care about silver. I can't care about gold. They're pieces of shit. I wear it for jewelry. I do not speculate in it for profit.
Why would Elon Musk post a fork on his Twitter? Because he's hungry? Maybe he wants to fork something. I don't know.
He posts fucking anime memes all the time, bro. Like, what are you going to start investing in, like, drawing? Like, he trolls, man.
NFT.
He literally trolls. And by the way, he posted a fork in the road. It's different. It's not just a fork. It's a fork in the road. It's a metaphor. And then his description says metafork. Oh, fuck that means. He's trolling, dude.
Maybe he's about to do something again. Heximofo says, do you think they are manipulating the value of gold through paper gold assets to shore up the value of US dollars.
Every time someone talks some shit about manipulation, I don't believe it. Because if you try and manipulate shit, you get wrecked. Manipulating shit is extremely risky and very easy to lose a fuckload of money. See the Hunt brothers trying to corner the market on silver. They lost their ass.
Yeah.
So, you try and manipulate, you get fucked. So it doesn't last long. And by the way, all these fan fiction fucking conspiracy theory fuckwit idiots. Hey, remember the cabal that was going to keep the Bitcoin price down with CME futures when the CME futures launched and dumped Bitcoin? Bitcoin was never going to get back up.
Yeah.
Remember all that shit, assholes, that you spread? Remember the flippening? Remember the death spiral? Remember how BCH was going to kill Bitcoin? All this fucking bullshit. Remember all that? I fucking remember that. Well, you guys are all wrong. So fuck you guys. Now, Bitcoin is up 3x over its previous high when the fucking cabal was going to murder it. Fuck you people. You don't know anything about shit. You just sit at home dreaming about fucking conspiracies when there's actual real conspiracies going on. Google through Gmail reads all your email.
Yeah.
And I know you don't give a fuck because I see you guys signing up to the fucking mailing list with Gmail account addresses. So you say motherfuckers that dreaming about conspiracies all day long, let Google read all your email because you're dumbasses. Stop being dumbasses. There's real conspiracies. Go focus on that shit. You don't need to invent new conspiracies. There's weak fucking evidence that are obviously wrong.
KP is asking, should I do a 50-50 Hex BTC ETH Litecoin?
Hey man, you got to handle your own
investing advice here, man.
Bro. If you ask the founder of Hex what you should do with your money,
yeah, right.
I think I'm gonna tell you, man. Come on.
I think you should buy all my books.
What do you think I'm gonna tell you?
Cryptofactor.net.
Go look at a chart.
Buy my books.
Yeah.
All right. I think we're out of questions for now, man.
I'll check my side real quick here.
All right. Let me scroll up, see if there's any funny comments here.
What is this
people are
video you
enjoying
guys
this.
talking about? Oh, check this out. Richard Hart told me to stop playing poker in a YouTube video, paid ad like 4 years ago. It changed my life. And then someone else in chat is like, it changed my life too. That's great, guys. I'm really glad to hear that, man. I do get messages from people whose lives I have changed. I get them to quit playing poker, quit gambling, quit trading, and, live better lives. And I love it. I absolutely love it.
Someone missed a question. Is staking on HoneySwap a possibility? Thank you, Paul. Great stream. You're welcome.
I think HoneySwap is just yet another fork of Uniswap on yet another network. In this case, I believe HoneySwap runs on XDAI. So, I mean, it's just a fucking Uniswap fork. It ain't got shit to do with staking. So, I've already answered this 20 times, but make a 555 day, a 5,555 day stake on the main net. And the private keys or whatever, do some atomic swap shit. I don't know, whatever, figure it out. You're selling shares of the mainnet Ethereum 555 day Hex stake on your tier 2 or your side chain or whatever you're doing. And then people will trade those shares, just like they trade Grayscale shares on the OTC bulletin boards that represent real Bitcoin. You're going to trade your encapsulated Hex stakes that represent real Hex stakes. And you can trade them in and out and as fast as you want, and cheap as you want, and all that shit. And it never will see mainnet again. Unless, you have a right of redemption. And then at some point, your DAO or whatever could cause the contract to emergency end stake and a roll up, like if you want to kill it or whatever. Or if you want to, let the stake go all the way to the end and then end the stake and pay everyone out or whatever, you can do those things. So, and the code's already done. Like you can already do encapsulated stakes with open source code that is available in the dev chat. If you go to hex.com/dev and find the chat, then The code's there. And so you should be able to, with probably not too much adaptation required, operate said encapsulating code on other networks that are already interoperable with Ethereum. Optimistic rollups, perhaps, like, you know, a lot of options there, guys.
I'm getting a lot of compliments in the chat as well, so
Nice, man.
it's nice. It's nice to have some compliments instead of just you're bold.
I speak the truth and no one else is willing to speak, man.
Yeah.
There's no one else telling you all crypto dips 85% and alts dip 95%.
More, yeah,
No one's telling you that shit.
Bitcoin does 85. Everything else is 95, 98.
Yeah. Yep. But no one else tells you that shit.
Some will never come back. Ever.
I tell it to you. Yeah. You know. And people are talking like, oh, let's talk about technology. Like, no, you got to talk about the price too. Because what does the technology matter if you're just losing money? You know? So like there's a bunch of lying motherfuckers out there. And it's just crazy to me that people yell scammer at me and you're like, no, I'm the guy that tells the truth. I'm the guy that made a bunch of people rich out of thin air. I'm the guy that gives away free like everything. What else could I do to be a better person? I'm like out of shit to do.
What is the most challenging part of making a decentralized margin trading platform? Getting started would be my answer.
Well, everything. It's like there is absolutely nothing simple. It's all extremely hard. So if you fork something else, there's no front end. You have to write a front end. And then you find out that there's like steps missing that they left out and this shit doesn't work unless you fill in those steps. And then you want to add features. And then the features that you add break the thing that you forked. And then you're like, well, did that invalidate the audits? And then you have issues of like, so one of the biggest problems that you have in margin trading is, so let's say that you allow people to deposit 4 types of collateral, a shit coin and 3 coins that actually have value. Someone pumps the price of the shit coin, deposits it, gets a bunch of fucking loans with that as collateral. And in DeFi, when you get those loans, you can take that other shit out, right? So you put in your shit coin for collateral, you take out all the real value stuff, and then you let the fucking fake pump die on your shit coin that you use for collateral. And now a liquidator bot comes along and liquidates that thing, and the lenders are never made whole. So the lenders lent out a bunch of stuff that has real value, and in return, they got this stupid shitcoin that ain't worth nothing. And so now you've got this issue of how do you, as a lender, how do you make sure that your risk of lending is minimized by only accepting collateral of qualitative forms that are likely to be able to liquidate for some real value? And so the reason that in margin trading, in DeFi currently, you can't use many things as collateral is because the lenders would get wrecked when the liquidation bots came along and liquidated these fake shit coins that weren't really worth anything, but were being used as collateral to borrow things that really were worth something. And so being able to isolate the risk of these positions then introduces capital inefficiency, because if you have a profitable position on a pair, but the liquidity of that pair is only able to be used in that pair, you know, I guess you have to run a transaction to remove some of the profit, to, you know, increase the loan to value ratio. It's all complicated, dude. It's all hard. It's all hard, which is why there's very little competition. There's like maybe 5 platforms that you can actually borrow on in DeFi that have any real volume. And, you know, 5 is not a lot. And the shit you can borrow is quite limited for some of the reasons that I've been describing.
All right. Why established crypto gurus and crypto market, I hate that word, gurus, crypto market websites are discriminating against Hex? Why do you think so?
Well, it's half of them are cowards, right? So, oh, someone called Hex a scam a year ago. They were obviously wrong, but now no one wants to update their worldview. So, like dumb bitch Charlie Lee, who made one little tiny change to Bitcoin code and thinks he's smart, he called Hex a scam. My coin, when I shit talked him on Twitter and was like, "Hey, you gonna apologize, motherfucker? My coin's up 70x over your coin. Now what, bitch? You said it was a scam. You said it run far away. Why is my coin up 70x over yours, motherfucker? Hey, remember when you was talking about you was going to launch confidential transactions for Litecoin? Got a good pump off that shit. Hey, where's your confidential transactions, motherfucker? Oh, you never did what you said you was going to do because you promised coin shit, coin shilling motherfucker, ain't you? Yeah. So bitches like that do their drive-by hit piece defamation faggotry, and then they never come and be like, "Hey, man, sorry, I was wrong." Fuck that guy. He's a bitch. He dumped on his fucking followers like scumbag. So, it's like these pieces of shit attack me when I do everything better than they do. More honest, warn people more price risk disclosure, fucking better price calls. God compared to these motherfuckers. So, maybe it's some guys that just came out on the wrong side of things in the beginning, don't want to eat shit and update their worldview and apologize like men. Could be that. Could be people who don't like how hard I am. You don't like my attitude. Okay. Maybe it's that. So you're going to fuck over to 200,000 tax holders because you don't like me? You should like me. Who knows, right? So like it's got to be some of that because we're 100% uptime. Everything else is failing. Price performance is great. We had a new all-time high 2 months ago. Everything's fabulous. Everything's wonderful. But we still getting treated like garbage. That's fine. We'll just ride around them. Shitcoin shilling, rug pull shilling, margin trading shilling, scumbags everywhere, getting people wrecked everywhere. Think that they're good people. Scumbags that think that they're good people. What eaten from the fucking tears of others. If it just blows my mind. Advertising platforms advertising eToro. eToro website right up the top. 70% of users lose money. 70% of users of this platform lose money. How the fuck you advertising something that ruins your goddamn users? How you doing that? It's disgusting. And these pieces of shit think they're good people. The eToro motherfuckers think they're good people. 2/3 of your fucking users lose money. How the fuck do you think you're good people? And let me tell you something. If you measure how much they lose, this is where I hide the fuckery. If you measure how much the losers lost compared to how much the winners won, I guarantee you the losers lost a whole shitload more than the winners won, which is how they pay for all those fucking ads and other sponsorships by people getting fucking destroyed. So I'm out there promoting things that actually work for people, buying and holding and chilling the fuck out. That works in crypto if you have product market fit. And all these other scumbags are out there promoting everything that gets the users destroyed and wrecked and fucking ruined and annihilated. And they have the fucking gall to say a crossword to me, a self-help book author who gets people to stop drinking, stop doing drugs, stop playing video games, stop fucking gambling, stop trading. I'm making the world a better place. And these motherfuckers say a crossword to me. It's just disgusting to me. Absolutely fucking disgusting. And to gatekeep Hex is just giving people extra opportunity now because I don't think they're going to be able to do that forever. I really don't think. So we'll see.
If you guys can hear a dog in the background, that's my dog barking. I don't know why he's barking so much. Hopefully no one's in the house. By the way. Did Paul see any of the Hex conference? I did not. Did you have a Hex conference?
Yeah, man. Had a huge Hex conference. I was invited to it. It was online and it was awesome.
I missed it, man.
It was really
when
cool.
was this?
Shit, I don't have a head for time. Maybe a month or two ago.
Yeah.
I guess.
I was in a very hard period. A lot of my work was pre-made. I think I had a hard period, man. So I'm not up to everything, up on date on everything. When will staking be available on iOS and Android? And let's get these last questions in, man. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I gotta get my dog in here. Maybe he has a question for you.
When food.
Yeah.
So
when food.
I have to have the world's biggest bladder. Like I never have to pee.
How many people here want to see my dog, my pit bull?
I want to see your
Before we
dog.
go.
I'd love to.
While Richard asks the question, sorry I interrupted. When will
So what was
staking
the
be available
question?
on iOS and Android?
Oh, yeah. So we've already got staking in iOS and Android.
Oh, there you
Like,
go. Fast
so
one.
staker.app works if they gave you an address. It just costs them money to give these addresses out that have these extra features. They have like social recovery features and all these other like advanced things that cost money to generate. So that already exists. You can always use apphex.win if you want to use other wallets like Trust or Coinbase Wallet. And you can use, I think, hexmob.win. You know, go to hex.com works with MetaMask, and MetaMask works on Android and iOS. So we've got staking out the ass for Android and iOS. You know, like, you know, MetaMask app with go to hex.com is probably the premier experience, unless, you know, you get a staker.app address if they give you one. There's a queue of people that want them. So
Nice. I got overwhelming people wanting to see my puppy. Maybe we can end this with him saying goodbye. Be right back.
All right.
Is that okay with you, Richard?
I love it, dude. I'll answer questions in the meantime. I got my own questions in chat here.
Good boy. Oh, man. Sickle. He's in the background checking out the... Hello. Sickle there. He just went under the... He's like, no. He wants to go underneath. Hello, Larry. Come here. Hello. He was barking at something because he was all mad. There he is.
Nice.
9 months old.
That is a pretty dog.
Yeah, he's beautiful. I love him so much. His name is Diaz, Zeus in English. This is my baby. I love him to bits. Changed my life.
You guys look similar.
Huh?
You both look bald. You both have that short haircut.
He's an American staff.
Bro, tell everyone where they can follow you, man.
Sorry?
So we know youtube.com/the crypto factor is your YouTube channel, right?
Yeah. That's my YouTube channel. And then the cryptofactor.net. That's where they can sign up for my newsletter. And also, if they need any affiliate links or anything, I have some affiliate links down there and get my books and stuff like that. And anybody that's interested in entrepreneurship, non-crypto related, they can just go to Paul Democritou, which is my name. Hopefully Alex can write in the chat if he hasn't fallen asleep. Maybe Alex can share my links real quick. And yeah, that's basically... they can find more.
I always love doing these interviews with you. I really enjoy talking to you.
So do I, man. I'm really hoping I can get you back on here, man. I'm really hoping
Anytime, bro.
Yeah.
Hopefully when I got, you know, some other new exciting something going on. I mean, look, last time we talked, Hex didn't exist. Now it's worth like $6 billion.
There you go. There you go. Doing good.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad.
Let's do one last question, man. You know, should investors consider crypto funds like Pantera Capital, or is that another death trap?
I believe crypto was designed to get rid of middlemen. So if you're giving your money to someone else so that they can buy crypto, I don't really like that. Why the middleman? You don't need that shit. You know? So crypto is supposed to be you and a code. It's not supposed to be you, some other guy that you pray to God gives you your money back, and then the code. I don't like that shit. Just like exchanges, man. If you're going to use exchange, get your money in and get your coins the fuck out as quick as you can. As quick as you can. Do not leave your money there.
Yeah.
If any of you guys are watching and you want to follow me,
yeah,
I'm Richard Hart Win on Twitter. I'm Richard Hart Win on Twitter.
It's there and there.
I'm Richard Hart on YouTube. We got 20,000 people on our chat, t.me/Hex Crypto. I got free self-help books I wrote, which I think are cool. Download them, t.me/Scivive, SCIVIVE. What else? Hex News. You should follow Hex News on Telegram. It's good, t.me/Hex News. If you want to buy some Hex, go buy USDC or Ethereum. swap them for Hex on 1inch.eth.link or ethhex.com. And then what else? We got free books, free chat, free videos.
Alex is
I
going
think
to put
that's
all
it,
these
man.
links. Alex is going to do the timestamps and all these links. Hey, all these links in the description down below, so you can reach out to Richard. Dia, Ella.
It's always a pleasure, man.
Yeah,
Hey,
man, it was a
I
great
really
chat,
hope,
man. It was
I hope the
awesome.
Hexkins
Always.
hooked you up,
Sorry?
because I think you would enjoy. If you tried Hex out, I think you would truly love it.
Well, I'm going to, man. I'm going to do it this
works,
week. I'm going to
man.
check out. I got some Hex in my wallet, so I'm going to go do that this week. I'm going to document it, make a video of it.
Nice, man.
And I'll do it over time as well. So it'll be
And if you
pretty
like
cool.
ref links, the staker.app guys, they got a ref link too. Check it out.
Nice. Awesome, man. Thank you so much, Richard. Thank you
pleasure,
again.
brother.
I really appreciate you. I appreciate this chat. I appreciate for everything you did for me and this channel as well. Always willing to help. And yeah, thank you. And
Thank you, man.
I'll see you all in
See
the
you
next
next time.
video. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye,
Thank
bro.
you.